Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome back to Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. I hope you're all well. It's Tuesday. We are, well, I am at least somewhat well rested. I hope you are too. So last thing that happened was we came back from our field study trip, I think. And what did we do? We had the like swimming lessons thingy. It was a little bit odd. And I think we just have to go back to... Yeah, we didn't do this quest, which I'm annoyed by. Hi Wind! Congrats on being first. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Yeah, because this monster quest... Oh! Thank you for the 7 months.
Hello.
Thank you so much. So this monster quest we went back to do because I went past it to the main quest, and then I was like, oh wait, there was a side quest I needed to do, and went back. But because we had already progressed slightly in the main quest, the side quest had gone, like the monster wasn't there anymore, which sucked. So the quest wasn't at that point expired, but we couldn't do it anymore. It was really annoying. Okay, so Academy Life. After our race, we watched Laura and Fee race each other. Fee tore down the pool, but Laura managed to win by nose. She still didn't seem satisfied. During homeroom after school, we discussed Heimdallr's summer festival. Apparently it's held in July to commemorate the end of the War of the Alliance. Everyone seemed to expect me to do something about the tense situation between Lara and Fee, so there's not much I can do about it. Can I go up? Can I? Ah, there you go. So it doesn't say what I'm doing right now. Oh wait, what are you doing here? Sharon brought me all of the necessary paperwork pertaining to Class 7 dormitory. Not only that, but they've all been filled out in a very detailed and well-organized fashion. She really is exceptional in every way. Good day, Masterine. Oh, hello, Sharon. What brings you here? And one of my duties is to fulfill some of the Chairman's Board of Directors related work on her behalf. I was in the process of doing just that. Wow, I knew you were skilled, but helping out with things that are so tangential, like, that is really something else. Here are merely a few simple tasks, that's all. Your chairman rarely finds the time to visit, and as such, she often requests that I come along in her stead. That's Sharon for you, shrugging off her own superhuman accomplishments. Okay, well... I don't know who else we can talk to today before we actually go back to the dorms. I don't know if there's... Oh, Elliot? Is that Elliot hanging out with Instructor Neidhart? That took longer than I'd expected. I have preparations to make for tomorrow, so I'm afraid I'll have to excuse myself. Oh, of course. Sorry to keep you. Ooh. Hey, Elliot. Huh? Oh, sorry, Reen. Didn't see you there. No worries. I was just surprised to see you and Instructor Neidhart together. What were you guys talking about? Oh, you know, just stuff. Oh, that reminds me, I really need to go get back to the club right now. See you later. Well, that was weird. Doesn't seem like they were talking about anything too important, though. Hi Twitchy, welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. I don't think we need to talk to the principal. So he went, does he go back to the, like, music room? No, this is art. Hi guys. How about I give you a little private modeling for your next painting? Doing the design from a live model would definitely be good practice, but I've got to say you seem a lot bolder than usual today. Well, just a part of your imagination. What? It's a bit of an odd conversation there, but sure. Elliot? It's gotten pretty late. I've got my wind orchestra performance next month though, so I still need to get some more practice in. Does Elliot know Instructor Neidhart? We were talking for a good while there. Not sure how they would have gotten acquainted though. Strange. I don't think there's anything else I want to do here. Is the cat anywhere? Is the cat around? Kitty? Oh, there's Fee. Fee? What are you doing here? Earth to Fee. This is your commander speaking. Do you read me? Oh, Reen. Didn't notice you. You lost in thought or something. Never see you not notice someone talking to you. Ah, don't worry about it. Leave me alone for a bit. Sure, sorry about that. She definitely has something on her mind, but if she asks to be left alone, there's not a whole lot I can do with her. Wait, what? With that, I guess.
Hello there.
I don't know what it said exactly. Hi Spoon! Welcome, welcome. Oh, summer. What a marvelous season. 'Tis the season which awakens my pathos and passion. It's as if they're being called out to play by the sun itself. Or perhaps by those lovely young maidens seeking refreshment in the pool over there. Right. I think Vincent is just being a creep spying on girls in a pool, but that's fine. Thank you for the hydrate, Spoon. He only does it out of sense of beauty? Right. Of course. Any new reading material? There is. Erebonian Folklore Volume 2. Considering the size and history of the Erebonian Empire, it should come as no surprise that it has a wealth of folklore, perhaps more than any other nation on the continent. This is the second in a series of 3 books that will introduce a small number of the legends and traditions in Erebonia. It is my wish that the series will stimulate new interest in the rich history and mythology of this great nation. Unicorn. Sacred creatures, pure white in color, with a single horn that is said to be capable of curing any illness. Legends state that only virgin maidens are able to touch one, and as such it has been adopted as the symbol of St. Astraea's Girls' Academy. So that's where Reen's sister studies. Gnomes granted the people of old the knowledge of steel. So the gnomes gave the people of old the knowledge of steel? Okay. A staple of ancient legends, giving heroes the weapons they need to overcome the trials ahead of them. So it was the gnomes all along. Blasphemy, only Crom grants the knowledge of steel. Well, in this universe, apparently the gnomes did, somehow. Witch. Practitioners of witchcraft and black magic who are said to live among us, Various legends regarding their nature remain all over the continent, and both good and evil witches supposedly exist. Vampires. Vampires are powerful fiends said to suck the blood of humans. There are many tales that exist regarding them, with some stating that they turn to ash in sunlight and others suggesting they have no reflections, but all concur that they have significant enough power to be known as the King of Fiends. Okay. Interesting, so we learned about some mythical creatures. I don't know if that's gonna come up in any tests, but maybe. Maybe it will. Anyone else to talk to? Not really. Better to occur in a test than a dark alley. The vampires? Yeah. I don't want to meet vampires, I don't think. The chess club. Machias. The summer festival's right around the corner now. I'm sure all the preparations will keep my father busy, as usual. What's your dad like, anyway? The impression I get from reading the Imperial Chronicle is that he's a top-rate government official, at least.
Hello there.
Hi, Demonic Band-Aid. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Machias would say all nobles are bloodsuckers. True. True. So last time we did see a cutscene of his dad meeting with the Chancellor, the Iron and Blood Chancellor, or whatever he's called. I am enjoying the game. Thank you. Hey Zarian as well, welcome. He's a good-humoured person both at work and at home. He's always willing to listen to people and interact with them. I think that's part of what makes him a popular figure. Sounds like a good man. I wish more in politics felt that approachable. I guess the best way to put it is that he's an ally of the people, for better or for worse. I haven't really talked with him recently, to be honest. Maybe I should write at some point. Maybe. Actually, can I talk? Oh yeah, we already bought his deluxe rod and stuff. Okay, apparently his brother founded the club, the fishing club. Okay, Beryl, what do you have to say? Anything creepy? Summer has finally arrived, which means it's finally time for them to start appearing. In school with as many strange stories as doors, it's hard to believe that there won't be at least one sighting. I can hardly wait for something to happen. Right, okay, great. Nice and creepy as we expected. Luna sees the skeletal horses too. Maybe she means skeletal horses with them, or ghosts, or demons? I don't know. Could be anything really. I mean, feels like summer's finally here now that swimming lessons have started, doesn't it? Yeah, it'll really feel like it once the heat starts ratcheting up though. By the way, aren't you a bit hot in that winter uniform you're wearing? It's not like I'm the only one. The school regulations don't say you have to switch after all. Besides, it's the Academy's traditional uniform. Most of us in the student council and lots of nobles keep it on all year. It was actually designed to be worn all year, cool in the summer and nice and toasty in the winter. I see, so basically it's not as hot as it looks? Oh, pretty much. Maybe you should try wearing yours sometime this summer just to try it out. I am. I literally am. Like, we are. This is the summer one. So it's a bit odd that Rean was like, oh, isn't it too hot to wear the winter uniform when he's wearing the winter uniform? But that's fine, you know. Summer, distant burning memory of, yeah, it was very hot. I'm really glad it cooled down a lot. It was nice. I went for a walk earlier and just like the sun was shining, but it was still like you can go out without a coat, but it's still kind of chilly. But when you're in the sun, it's fine, alright? That kind of weather I really like. Because you can just put on an extra layer and it's fine. I heard that Lisa met Gwyn during the last field study. He always seemed so concerned about him. I assume that's a weight of her shoulders. Nothing could make me happier. As a friend, at least. Oh, nice. Seemed to get a lot worse than we did. I think that's in part because the UK is, of course, an island. So surrounded by the water and stuff. And while we're near the coast, like I'm still a bit off the coast. And especially with the wind coming in from the south, it could just get really hot. Really hot. Aura! Something impossible is happening. What do you mean? Good morning.
Right.
How are you doing? What kind of impossible thing is happening? You being awake? No, that's not impossible because you're awake for... They are releasing your favorite games remastered, Suikoden 1 and 2. Oh, you heard something about that, yeah. I think I saw someone retweeting the announcement being very excited. I don't remember who though. It was a couple of days ago, wasn't it? That they announced that? You might have read it today, of course, but... Hi Street! Welcome, welcome. First thing that comes to my mind when I think of the summer festival is the summer races, of course. Wish I knew which horse was going to dominate the track this year. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't students prohibited from betting on horse races? Oh, not to worry, they check you out so thoroughly that it's nearly impossible for me to put down bets in the first place. It's rough being a student sometimes. Crow wants to bet on the horse races. You don't see news on games since you're avoiding Pokemon spoilers. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, that's good news. I never played the Suikoden games, I don't think. I've heard good things about them though. It's nice to hear he's doing well. I'd love to have the chance to sit down and talk to him someday. Engineer to engineer. With the founder of the Rhymeford company. Who seems to be a bit of a creepy old man, but... Wait, criminal? Criminal? I don't have enough to get it. Offensive arts deal critical damage, 30% chance. Firebolt, heat wave, flame tongue, volcanic rain. Very high art skill. So this is like the offensive caster quartz, basically. Increases potency of healing items. Gains a bit from attack/crafts. Yeah, okay. I don't think I want those. How's everyone's stuff? Wait, can't I? Oh, slot. There it is. Okay, and then that one. Those are almost all open. Yeah, so I think I'll open this one. It's the last one. You've been wanting to play them, now you'll be able to. The spiritual successor Ayuden Chronicle is still your hope for the series since it's the original creator, but you're beyond excited. Yeah, it's great to hear. Like, always nice when old games that were like fan favorites or like just really good in their genre get picked up again. Especially if like the old studio that made it, for example, is shut down or something like that. So you don't know what's going to happen to the series. Which is kind of what happened with Rune Factory. And now seeing the news that they're releasing a new one. After 5, of course, because 5 was the actual like bringing it back of the series. But the fact they're doing another one means that 5 did well enough that they're continuing the series, which is very good. Your kicks are completely wrong, Monika. How many times must I repeat myself before you understand? I'm so sorry. I'll do it right this time. This does not seem like Laura. You'll have to forgive me. I'm afraid my poor teaching is at fault. Please excuse me for a moment. Would you mind practicing on your own for a while? Sure. You gave up hope of Konami doing anything years ago. True. Oh. Laura? Is everything okay? I'm very sorry you had to see that. It seems I still have ways to go myself. Laura? She really has been off lately. Okay there? I need to give it better effort and be more patient while coaching Monika. Anything you guys want to say? Not really, okay. Maybe I can talk to Monika. If I got better, Laura would actually be able to focus on herself. I need to triple the amount of effort I'm already putting in. I don't think that's a good way to look at it. You've both got your problems, but don't make your problems worse because she has her own stuff, you know? Oh. I know, but still. Where's that voice coming from? I could swear I just heard someone talking. Anyone around? Well, it wasn't this guy. Juices? Not a bad horse if I say so myself. I doubt it matches up to the ones we rode in North though. Perhaps I should ride it around the field for a lap or two. I hate to admit it, but Juices really knows what he's doing on horseback. I won't let him show me up forever though. Yeah, you go. You go show him. Yeah, I think maybe behind this shed or something. Oh. That's Emma. I don't know. He didn't show the potential while we were in Nord. Oh, I knew I should have come with you. Seems pretty likely he's a key. But... Huh? That voice sounds familiar. Who's there? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Huh? She was talking to the cat. She was talking to the fucking cat. Oh no. Oh, Emma, it's you. Wait, isn't that black cat... Rean, how long have you been there? Oh, I was just passing by when I heard voices, so I started wondering where they were coming from. Wait. You were talking with someone, right? Where did they go? Well... I was talking to your friend with my Arcus. That communication functionality sure is convenient, isn't it? Smart. But then again, she is like the smartest girl in the class, basically. The smartest person in the class. You know it. Sorry I interrupted you then. I'll get out of your way if you want to call them back. It's alright. We had just finished talking anyway. There's nothing you need to worry about. Nothing at all. Okay, if you say so. Still, you really do know that cat then. Wait, it's not your cat, is it? No, it's not quite like that. If anything, she's like my supervisor. A cat is? Sorry, I meant my friend. Yes, the two of us have a real connection. Like when I first came to the academy, we kept running into each other. And after a few offerings of milk and cheese, we eventually struck up a friendship. So that's how it was, huh? She seems pretty well behaved today. I take it she's in a good mood. It certainly seems that way, doesn't it? There we go. Anyway, I'm sure owners in Trista must be getting worried, so I should take her back there. After all, it might cause some trouble if the instructors found a cat on the academy grounds. Oh, right. I don't actually think anyone would care. Oh, Emma. Yes? What is it? You wouldn't happen to know her name, would you? If she has owners in Trista, I'm sure they named her. Yes, you're right. Her name is Celine. I don't know if the cat liked that. Cats always are supervisors, yeah. They like watching over things and then, well, making sure you can't do your job, which is what supervisors do, right? Sit on your lap at the worst possible times. Throw things off shelves so you have to clean it up. Sounds like a supervisor. So that's her name. Celine, huh? It's got a nice ring to it. She's got such shiny, silky looking fur. It really suits her. Well, at least you knew she was a female. I'd been wondering up until tonight. I thought the bow would have given it away. Alright, Celine, let's get you home. I wish I could get her to cozy up with me like that. Next time I see her around, I'll have to give her some fresh milk. Nice, got some Link XP. I knew wandering around like this would at least get something eventually. I do think that's about it though. Should I go back to the dormitory? Yep.
I guess there are cicadas around Trista too. When I hear them, I always feel like that's when summer's really arrived.
Retiring for the day, Schwarzer?
Oh. It's Instructor
Neidhart.
Neidhart, yeah.
Yes. Are you heading out too?
Indeed. I have some business to take care of with my division, so I'll be returning there tomorrow. With that on the agenda, I thought it wise to finish the day's work early.
Your division? Oh yeah, you were sent here by the Imperial Army, right?
Correct. But because of that, it's difficult to keep a regular schedule here. Anyway, while I'm here, I want to acknowledge the work you did during your field study last month.
You mean that incident in Nord?
The same. Reading the Army's report, it seemed that armed conflict with the Republican Army was a real possibility.
Yeah.
While the Intelligence Division no doubt had a hand in resolving the conflict, you and the other members of your group played an integral part in averting a war. You deserve credit for that.
Nice. And it's good to get credit for that kind of stuff, you know?
Thanks. You haven't been able to find out anything more about that man with the glasses, have you?
The one who hired the mercenaries and introduced himself as Gideon? Regrettably not. The Intelligence Division is looking into his identity, but they don't appear to have found anything yet. Personally, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they had discovered something already, but chose not to share it with us.
I see.
Schwarzer, I'll be the first to admit you performed admirably out there, but I assume you're aware that luck played a large part in your success?
What do you mean, luck?
Well,
Reading your report, the number of arbitrary decisions stood out to me. For an army to function, its members need to work together as a group, united under the will of its commander. As an organization, it can't perform at its best if its members disregard authority and act on instinct. You've already been over this in class, I believe?
Yes, Instructor. I realize now that our actions in Nord were rash, but they made things harder for the Lieutenant General. If it wasn't for our inexperience, we might have been able to capture the man with the glasses too.
If you understand that, I have nothing further to say on the matter. It's not my intent to belittle your efforts. Your report indicates that you were forced to make a number of split-second decisions. I'm not suggesting that there's no place for flexibility and independent thought in an organization like the Army, but it's vital for you to understand the reasoning behind and importance of that structure, and to respect it.
Yes, Instructor.
Teaching cadets to respect and work within that system should be the job of their class's instructor.
Right. But our instructor is Sarah, so I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's happening. I'm sorry, Neidhart, but yeah.
Though considering her background, I was foolish to expect that of her.
Her? You're talking about Instructor Sarah?
Indeed. Granted, she's quite skilled, but she lacks the disposition and diligence of a soldier.
What do you mean? Sarah's all about respect and discipline. Yeah.
I understand she didn't come from an army background, but with her position, One would hope she would pick up on the basics.
Oh, nice, Aura. That's a lot better than what I rolled earlier. 17 strength, 15 dex, 11 con, 14 int, 11 wisdom, 17 charisma. So what I rolled earlier was 7 strength, 14 dex, 11 con, 6 int, 6 wisdom, 17 charisma. It's not great. Not great. Not bad, Street. It's not the worst. 18 dex is a good one. Yeah. Pretty solid stats.
Oh, so do you know what Instructor Sarah did before she became an instructor here?
Oh? Is she keeping mum about that? I just assumed you were already aware.
Now, is he gonna tell us?
Before she came to Thor's, Sarah was...
It's not very becoming of a gentleman to go around broadcasting a lady's secrets, you know.
Of course, she's here to stop him from blabbering. I wanna know. I kind of think I know, but at the same time... You're surprised he was gonna tell you? I don't think that the Academy staff thinks it's a secret. I don't think they're like, oh, this needs to be kept a secret. It's not like a secret identity or something, or some crazy stuff. It's a pretty simple thing, at least what I think it is. But I don't think Sarah wants it out just yet. At least you're charismatic, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing though. A little bit dexterous. But dumb as a brick. And not wise at all, so... I'd probably use my charisma to tell people things that aren't true. That I believe are true. But aren't actually true. Because I'm just that dumb. Hi, Sarah.
Instructor Sarah.
Instructor Valentine.
I totally understand where you're coming from. You meet a beautiful, captivating lady and you want to know more. But don't let hard-headed officer types like our friend here rub off on you too much. Got it? You always play by the rules, and you'll find yourself in a jam someday when you encounter people who don't.
Instructor?
You're one to talk.
I hardly think a capricious instructor who leaves everything to chance is capable of guiding our cadets to greatness.
Well, of course I couldn't do a better job than the ace of the 4th Armored Division. Or was that the Provincial Army? I mean, you've got the whole tradition and status are everything mindset down pat.
These two really don't seem to get along.
This is fine.
First Sharon, now Instructor Neidhart. Instructor Sarah almost seems like she's spoiling for a fight.
Who do we have here? Well, if it isn't Instructor Sarah and Instructor Neidhart.
Who is this? Oh my god. The other instructor as well. Are they gonna fight?
Uh-oh.
Instructor Thomas?
No, I don't think Thomas would fight. He's too much of a nerd. History nerd.
Oh, and young Reen is with you too? Simply marvelous. It looks like you're having a downright jolly time. Would you mind if I joined you?
Yeah, okay, he's not gonna fight.
I'm not sure that would be...
Actually, I was just leaving. Come along, Reen. We need to hurry back to the dorms now.
We do?
Oh, but while we're all together like this, what say we have a few drinks together and enjoy some quality faculty bonding time? I heard the two of you really know how to hold your liquor.
I'm afraid I really must...
I've actually just been hit with the overwhelming urge to drink alone in my room tonight.
Now, there's no need to be shy. We're all friends here. Oh, I know. Why don't you come along with us, Reen?
I feel like they don't like hanging out with Thomas. I don't know. That's just the feeling I'm getting, you know?
We can't float a beer your way quite yet, but I'd be happy to treat you to something else.
No, it's quite all right. You teachers are always so busy, I'd hate to get in the way of your quality bonding time. So, if you'll excuse me, I'll be sure to let Sharon know that you're having dinner out tonight, Instructor.
No, Reen, wait! What kind of heartless monster are you? Get back here, Reen Schwarzer!
Well, shall we be off?
I couldn't possibly. I need to depart early tomorrow morning, so I really must insist.
Oh, I like that. Reen's just like, oh, I'm out. Bye. Good luck with this. A Midsummer's Revels. So my assumption is that for the field study this month we'll go to the Midsummer Festival thing in the capital. Good evening, Reed. Hey there, Machias. Still studying, huh? That's great, but make sure to call it a night before it gets too late. Don't worry, I will. Once it starts getting warmer, it'll probably be easier to focus on studying during the mornings and evenings. That's why I figured it'd be a good idea to start easing myself into new studying hours right now. I see. Looking around, I can't help but be impressed how nice and tidy your room is. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise though, you've always seemed like the type to keep everything in its place. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Of course. Well, it's just easier to concentrate in a clean room. You should keep yours in order too. A clean room is a relaxing place. Yeah, I should probably take your advice to heart there. Yeah, having a gun on the ball, always very motivating. I have to admit, I'm a little sad I won't be able to go to the summer festival this year. Since I grew up in Heimdallr, I looked forward to it every summer. That and what? Nah, just forget I said anything. Okay. What are you drawing, guys? I came up with a great idea for a painting during our field study last month. I'm in the middle of roughing out the composition for it at the moment. Nice. I look forward to seeing the finished piece. Sorry to say, but this one's gonna take me a while. I have plenty of other projects to work on too, so I'm planning on doing this painting at a nice relaxed pace. But don't worry, I plan on showing all of you when it's done, so I hope you'll look forward to it. Sounds good to me. What are you up to, Juices? I'm cleaning my horse riding gear. It got dirtier than I expected while I was out riding on the highway today. Well, at least it looks like you're having fun in the riding club. I can understand that though. Riding those horses across the North Highlands on our field study felt fantastic. It really did. If we ever had the opportunity to do so again, I certainly wouldn't complain. Lots and lots of talking, but I do want to talk to everyone, just in case I'll miss anything. I'm back! Whew, it's been a while since I got this plastered. Don't tell me you and Instructor Neidhart were trying to outdrink each other. Of course not, he hardly even drank anything. Now Instructor Thomas though, wow, you should have seen him drain those beers. I did my best to rise to the challenge, of course, but he just kept chugging away. It's like the booze didn't even faze him. Well, knowing you, I'm sure he'll shake it off after a good night's rest. Really though, have you ever thought of maybe drinking in moderation? I think I heard of it before, long ago. I'm not sure what she thinks I'm talking about, but I doubt it's what I actually said. Okay, Sarah's just drunk, that's fine. It happens. Lady Sarah returned home a few moments ago. Master Nightheart was even such a gentleman as to escort her back too. I see. I guess it does take a gentleman to escort a stone-dead drunk back home when he's plenty busy himself. It would seem that Lady Sarah had an enjoyable evening drinking with her co-workers. I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of joining them sometime should the opportunity present itself. I get the feeling she'd be on the list of monster drinkers. Probably. That seems to be a thing. It definitely feels like summer's here now that our swimming lessons have started. I was thinking of going to the boutique tomorrow to buy some new clothes, but I don't know if I should. We're almost always in a uniform, so there probably isn't that much point. Our summer uniforms are fairly comfortable too. I guess I shouldn't buy trendy clothes if I won't have a chance to wear them. It's logical, but still disappointing. Fee's just sitting on some crates, as you do. Oh, Rean. Are you okay, Fee? You were kind of spacing out there. I'm fine. Did you need something? Not really, I just want... Wait, what are you sitting on? Weapons, explosives, all that good stuff. Well, just be careful with those. I know how to handle them. That's probably a bad thing, though. Huh? Nothing. I'm gonna sleep. Night. Yeah, good night. You're gonna sleep on the boxes? I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, Emma. Good evening, Rean. Evening, Emma. Say, aren't those cards the kind people use for fortune telling? That's right, they're called tarot cards. My grandmother taught me how to use them. Girls really seem to be into that fortune telling stuff, huh? Well, how about you read my fortune? Just something simple's fine, of course. Something simple, let's go with this then. Emma thoroughly shuffled her cards, then picked one. The Wheel of Fortune in the upright position. This card represents chance, change, and turning points in life. So a general reading would suggest that you're approaching a major turning point in your life. That's a bit vague, isn't it? Sorry, I'm still learning the finer points of reading the cards. I am rather curious about this result, though. The wheel! Of course it's the wheel. Why am I surprised? I like the wheel. Huh? It's rare to hear you sigh like that. I'm feeling tired, that's all. Lately, between swimming lessons and club practice, I feel like I've spent more time in the water than out. I guess I still have a way to go. A clash with Fee must still be bothering her. Okay, well, that's everyone talked to. Then we go to bed, finally. Only took me like 50 minutes to, let's say 45 to do a single day. Jeez. Lots of talking. Now, obviously I could have skipped a lot of that, but I also don't want to miss anything. Rumor has it that a first year in the photography club, who shall remain nameless, Rax, has been taking pictures of people without their permission and selling them to other students. If this is true, I need to make him stop for his own good and everyone else's. If you're willing to assist me, please come to the photography club's club room. Okay. And childhood friends' intentions. I've known this boy since we were kids. but I have no idea what's on his mind lately. To be honest, I'm a bit worried. Would someone be able to give me some advice on how to handle this? I'll be in the upper class dormitory if you can help. And the old schoolhouse. Of course, okay. We get 3 points to spend. Okay, let's see if anyone is still around. There is someone over there. Is that Sarah's room? No, this is Guy's. Okay. Yeah, Sarah's further up, I think. What to draw, what to draw. Planning on spending the day on your artwork, I take it? Yeah, it's an art club thing. Your assignment is to draw something that's important to us, then present our piece to the club. I'm struggling to figure out what I should draw though. Spend time with Gaius? Sure. Wait, is he drawing us? Well, this is about the last thing I expected I'd do when I woke up today. I wanted to practice drawing people anyway, so this works out perfectly. 2 birds, 1 stone, as they say. You may have a point, but it's still kind of embarrassing. I did say I'd help out though, and I'm not going back on my word. Thanks. Oh, right. I received a letter from home a few days ago. From Thoma, specifically. Oh, that's nice. Hard to believe it's already been a month since we were there. What did he write to you about? He said that everyone's doing well, as always. Things are still tense at Zendergate and the Watchtower, though. I see. I wonder who that G person behind all this is, anyway. He clearly had some kind of objective, but I couldn't say what it was. Everyone has something that they wish to protect in their lives. I want to protect my hometown, my family, and the whole of Class 7. But I don't think it's right to sacrifice others to do so. Yeah, I agree. We've still got a long way to go before we're strong enough to protect everything that's important to us. I'm just glad I have your help, guys. Likewise. Wow, I didn't expect this conversation to get so serious. What's wrong? Could you move your head back a bit, Rain? You seem to have moved it out of place when we were talking. Oh, well, sorry about that. Being a model's pretty tough. It is. You gotta stay still for so long. I got hugged by Boneri. Nice. Nice, Nora. Hey, Sarah. Okay, let's boogie. Where's she going? I wonder what she's heading out onto the highway for. I mean, it is her, so I probably don't need to be too concerned. Should I follow after her? We'll consume a bonding point. I'm curious. Is she planning on taking all of them on by herself? Looks like I've got no shortage of dance partners today. Alright, time's a wasting, so let's get started. Hope you all can keep up. Instructor! Rean? What are you doing out here? It's too dangerous to fight this many on your own. Let me help. I'm touched. I think I've got this though. Why don't you just sit back and watch? And begin. yes. The old Fade to Black. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh wow, you beat those monsters so hard I almost felt bad for them. How'd you like that? Willing to admit how awesome and cool your instructor was now? Well, I can't deny your skill at least, so you came out here to train then? Pretty much. I wander out here every now and then to lay into the wildlife, and the gal's gotta stay in shape somehow, you know? Guess I looked pretty dumb rushing in to try and help you out though, huh? That's not entirely true. I appreciate the sentiment at least. Seeing you dashing in all worried about little old me, it made me smile. Alas, dear Veen, I don't want to break your sweet young heart, but we're teacher and student. It'd never work out. Tragic. How will I ever cope? Anyway, now that you're here, you might as well get in on the fun. Think of it as a special private lesson just for you. Well, ignoring how staggeringly easy it would be to misinterpret that, sure, I'll join you. In fact, I'd be glad to. Attaboy. Consular Veen joined Instructor Sarah in a wild brawl against the monsters on the highway. And after he'd spent the last of his stamina, he made his way back to the dorm. Our bond with Sarah strengthened. Yay! Well, color me surprised. I never expected you to be so concerned that you just had to chase after me like that. That did end up making for a pretty good training session though. And a tough one at that. I wouldn't mind joining you again though. Keep you in mind for next time then. Nice. Wrong door. Okay. I need to keep a lookout for the cat, because they could be anywhere. We've been back to the radio station. I don't know if there's much going on here. No one I recognize. You having a lurk, Twitchy? Have a good one. Oh, Machias. Maybe I'd be better off with a less formal tone. Hey there, Machias. What are you up to? What should I write? I'm just drawing a blank here. I don't even think he heard me. Is he studying? He's not writing in his notebook though. Do I use my last bonding point? You know what, sure. Hey, Machias. You almost gave me a heart attack. When did you get here, Rean? Just wondering what you were up to. Is that a postcard? Don't look, please. What's he writing? Is he writing to his dad? Oh wait, no. So you're writing up a submission for the radio show? There's no point in hiding it now that you've seen it, so yes. I want to submit an entry for the campaign this program's running that lines up with the summer festival. But as you saw, I got a bit carried away trying to make it something worth actually sending in. I never figured you for a radio buff, to be honest. Let's see here. Don't just read someone's writing without their permission. Why not? I'm not going to make fun of you for it. Probably. Let's see. Hi Misty, big fan of the show. Oh neat, it's Robin time. Wait, you're familiar? Sure, I've been a fan for a long time now. Misty's got a great voice, doesn't she? She really does. I practically fell in love from the very first syllable. I can't believe I had a fellow fan so close this entire time. I don't think we're the only ones either. People have been spreading the word. It's a shame our field study runs through the summer festival though, isn't it? Yeah. When I was younger, I used to go along every year with... What's with this sudden silence? Sorry, it's nothing. Either way, we'll just have to focus on our field study and put the summer festival out of our minds. It's a shame, but I guess you're right. Here's hoping Misty reads your submission on the air, though. You said you wouldn't make fun of me. Wait, how is that making fun? I'm just hoping that you actually get what you want. Isn't that just a nice thing to do? So no cat. Bookstore? Imperial Chronicle. Mandy Munch's coffee. Okay. I think I can get all of these. Roasted coffee. Okay. New recipe. Swimming strategies. It's about how to improve your swimming form. It's kind of confusing without someone to show you the motions though. Maybe Laura could help me with that. Ooh, so close to level 3. So close. Military Mania. Fee knows a lot about this stuff. Maybe I should recommend this to her. Nice. We're slowly getting to level 3 with everyone. This book is Gaius all over. I should tell him about it later. Nice. So after having read it all, I can just sell them. Okay. Right, so let me go over this way. Maybe we can do some fishing. Do I want to do fishing? Maybe a little bit. Oh, what's this one? I haven't got this one before.
Now that's a catch.
A rainbow trout. Nice. That's a lot of points. Are there new fish because it's summer?
Now that's a catch.
I guess maybe that's the thing that happens.
Now that's a catch.
Oh, getting all them fish. All of the trouts. Oh, this is not a trout though. This is a carp.
Not bad.
Come on, rainbow trout. Nope.
Caught one.
Oh well. do need to talk to someone in the upper class dorms. You? You're Bridget from class 2, right? If so, I'm here to help you with the request that you sent into the student council. That's me, alright. And you're Reen from class 7. Now that we've established that we know each other, let's get down to business. Can you get started right now? I sure can. Ask away. Here, thank you. So you wrote that you're having some issues with your childhood friend. That's right. Ellen from class 4 to be specific. We're from the same town and we used to go to Sunday school together. I ended up having to leave that school though, and I never saw him after that, so that's why I was so happy to run into him again here, but I see where this is going. You're an upper class student though, aren't you? I'm surprised you were childhood friends with someone who, well, isn't. What, is that weird? Well, I wouldn't say it's weird, but it's pretty rare, isn't it? Well, it's true that nobles and commoners don't have many opportunities to interact with one another in Erebonia. I'm just the daughter of a baron though, so our family isn't all that influential. My father was never one to put much importance on social standing either. He even let me attend Sunday school on my own since it was close enough to home. That would explain it. I guess her dad's kind of like mine. So, what exactly would you like me to do? You said you weren't sure what he was thinking. Well, I'm not sure why, but Alan's been doing everything he can to avoid me ever since we met up again here. He just gives me the cold shoulder whenever I try and speak to him, too. That's not good. Any idea why he might be acting like this? Not at all, which is why I'm so worried. I haven't done anything that could have offended him the last few times we've talked, and it's not like we'd have some grudge from when we were younger either. We got along so well back then that we used to play together all the time. It would be one thing if he was just avoiding me, but he started treating me like some sort of nuisance. As far as I can tell, something seems to have happened to him at the fencing club. Those two could definitely be related. Either way, seems like the quickest solution is to ask Ellen himself. Slow down for a sec. Don't worry, I'm not just going to walk right up to him and ask him directly, but he might be more willing to open up to another guy about it. I'll go talk to him and try and figure out what's going through his head. Well then, thank you. Better go find him. Actually, before I do you know if he'll be at the fencing club today? Most likely, yes. You'll probably find him in the training hall. Please promise you'll tell me everything you managed to get out of him. If I'm to blame here, I'd rather know. Please don't try hide that from me. Okay. Seems easy enough. Just talk to the guy. Be like, why are you avoiding her? What's the deal here? And then, what was the other quest again? I've already forgotten. Oh, that's chapter 3. Oh no, this is Snaps. A photography club, right, okay. I don't think I want to really talk to that many people right now. Wait, photography club. Oh, I think the club would be in the other building, the student council one. I don't know where the cat is. I think generally the cat is around in most chapters. Like there's one place that the cat is, so you can give her some milk. I don't know where that is now though. I just want to give you some milk. Up there, maybe? Don't see it. Nope, okay. Down here. Student Union Building. Oh, hi. Man, if only we could bet on the races, I'd be rolling out a year on a wave of Mira. Watching them's fun enough, but it's just not the same without cash on the line, you know what I mean? Just have to deal with it. Rules are rules, unfortunately. But speaking of, I read something very interesting in a magazine the other day. Interesting, you say? I'm all ears. Oh, can I... okay, I don't want any of this. And I think you just sell food, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, juices. What are you doing here? Sitting all alone? The tea here is of considerable quality. You're looking pretty comfortable. Have you been coming here often lately? You might say that. I've been caught up in some bothersome circumstances, as it were. Oh? Oh, pay it no mind. It's nothing but a trifle, really. Right. Okay. Don't want to tell me anything. I see how it is. I see how it is. Chess club, fishing club, photography club. You must be Fidelio. You sent in a request about the photography club to the student council, right? Yep, that's me. I'm actually the head of the photography club. Given that you're a first year helping out the student council, I suppose that makes you the Reen I've heard about. Guilty as charged. I believe your request said something about an issue with a first year club member. That's right. I was hoping I could handle it on my own, but that's becoming less and less likely. I really do want to stop Rex though, so would you be willing to lend me a hand? Thanks, I really appreciate it. Like I said, the matter I want to discuss with you concerns a first year student by the name of Rex. Apparently he's been taking inappropriate photographs of girls without their permission. And to make matters worse, he's been exchanging them in shady deals with some of the other boys at the academy. Well, that definitely sounds pretty sketchy. In fact, it sounds like a blatant violation of the Academy's rules. Indeed it does. I'm not sure exactly what kind of photographs they are, or what he's exchanging them for, but the fact he's violated the rules of the Academy is clear. If he keeps it up, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up suspended or even expelled. And that's why I want you to stop him before it's too late. That's true, he's practically doomed if the instructors or the girls themselves find out about this. Speaking of which, have you tried discussing this with Rex in private? I've asked about it a few times in passing, but he always plays innocent. I assume he thinks it's safe to continue as long as he doesn't get caught in the act. I see. In that case, let's catch him in the act, bust him while he's exchanging his photos. I wish it didn't have to come to this, but I don't think we have any other choice at this point. But a word of warning, he's been extremely vigilant lately. I think I might have raised the issue one too many times and put him on guard, which is why I'm going to ask you to catch him for me. Rex and I might be from different social classes, but I've always seen us as friends who share a mutual trust. All I want is for him to understand what he's doing and stop, but it does make me sad that it's come to this. We'll just have to hope that catching him in the act will give us the chance to show him what he's doing is wrong. He seems to have a number of pre-arranged spots where he conducts these deals. I've managed to work out 2 of them so far. The first of them is behind the storage building on the field, of course, and the other is near the old schoolhouse. Those spots do seem secluded enough to get away with some shady business. Okay, tread lightly. We'll try to tread lightly, I guess.
Oh, Rean, did you get the request list?
I sure did. Actually working through it right now.
Glad to hear it. I was half asleep on my way to the academy this morning, so I wasn't totally sure if I'd put them in your mailbox or not. I take my work home all the time, but the sleep deprivation is really starting to get to me.
Wait, you're saying you deliver them personally first thing in the morning?
That's right. I dropped them off on my way to the academy.
On your way? Our dorm is anything but on your way to the academy from yours. It's in the opposite direction. I had no idea you were going that far out of your way for
Oh,
me.
it's really no problem. You're always helping us out, so it's the least I can do. Well then, good luck today.
Thanks. Still feel bad making her go out of her way for me. I'll have to work extra hard to make up for it. I feel like her having sleep deprivation is not a good thing. It seems like a pretty bad thing. Okay. Engineering club. Bike is inside. I don't think I need to talk to them right now. Hey, you. Oh, hey Patrick. I see you're hard at work again as the student council's errand boy, though I can hardly imagine a more fitting role for the ringleader of a class of misfits. He almost seemed kind of down after last month, like he regretted what he said, but it looks like we're back to old Patrick again. What are you smiling about? I hope you're not expecting an apology for what I said last month, because if so, you'll be waiting for a long time. I admit losing my composure like that wasn't befitting of my status as a member of the nobility, but yeah, I get it. I don't feel bent out of shape or anything, so let's just put it behind us, okay? Trying to feign nonchalance, are you? Always have to be the cool one, don't you, Swatcha? No matter. I'll leave you to take care of whatever menial chores you've been saddled with today, but I have no intention of letting you get the better of me again, in the classroom or in combat, so be ready. Right. What was that all about? I guess that means he really has been dwelling on what happened last month this whole time. Maybe it's not half bad, well, I can't talk. Half bad after all. Talking is hard. Okay, well, I don't see anyone here doing shady deals. So probably behind the storage shed then. Any cats around? I might fish a little bit more. I don't know when I'll go up another level with the fishing club. What's this? A lizard? A
What even is
salamander?
this?
What was the salamander doing in this lake? That's a little bit strange, but sure.
Caught one.
Nice.
What even is this?
2 more.
Not bad.
Come on, just give me that level up. I want to buy some more stuff. I've got a lot of points that I want to spend.
Not bad.
Does it say in the notes under fishing? Brown angler. Current angler points. Cumulative 640. It doesn't say when you would go up a level. Oh well. Okay, so fencing club. Okay, so this is the childhood friends then, and Friedel, I guess. Oh no, wait. I was looking for Alan, but he's not here. Excuse me, I'm looking for a guy named Alan. He's supposed to be a member of this club, but is he off today or something? Not with my permission, at least. He didn't even mention he'd be out today. Oh? In other words, he's skipping practice. Got a feeling I know where he is, though. I see. Where exactly were you thinking? I'd check the field if I were you. Unlike Patrick, Alan actually cares about this club. Chances are he's skipping practice so he can train on his own. Well, then, now that he mentions it, Patrick isn't here either. That's not really an excuse, but I find it hard to blame him after what happened. Come to think of it, what did happen here last month? I'd only heard rumors. I'd rather not dig this stuff up, but both of them are skipping today, so what the hell. Truth is, Ellen and Patrick faced off last month. Patrick, being the slimy little scumbag he is, made a show out of holding back, then still beat Alan down. It was humiliating, crushed all of Alan's confidence right out of him. I don't doubt it. That's why I'm letting him off easy for now. I'd like to see him bounce back from this though. Tell you what, if you've got some business with Alan, do us a favor and tell him to drop by. I mean, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but we'd appreciate it. Of course, I'll be sure to tell him if I have the chance. Which we should, because we're going there. There's something in my eye. Oh, Laura's in the water? Hello? Really focusing on my swimming has proven a good way to rid my mind of unwanted things. Now for one more set. I feel like distracting yourself with other things is not a good, like, it's not a healthy way to deal with stuff. Suppress it. Suppress everything. Planning on staying late again, Monica? I get that you want to improve and all, but I can't see pushing yourself like this ending well. Maybe not, but it's the only way you find. Oof. You return with food for dinner? Nice. Enjoy. This is the only way I'll ever be able to get onto Laura's level. I'm not going to stop until that happens. Monica. I'm curious about Laura and Monica, but I need to stay focused on tutoring Emil this evening. I guess I've just got to wait and see how things turn out for them. Okay. There's not much else I can do here, so let's head back to the field. Where there supposedly should be an Alan. I thought. Maybe not. Wait. Paul's making progress. Okay. So it does feel great. I'm not quite confident enough to try riding on my own yet, though. Okay. Hello. Shady deals. Oh man, this picture's great. Rex, you're an artist, a genius even. I don't mean to brag, but you're totally right. I am a genius. Found him. Looks like Fidelio hit the nail right on the head. Now I just need to see the deal go down. So have you got the goods? Of course, man, I brought some top quality stuff. Now we're talking. Let's get... Hold up. What's going on, Rex? Don't tell me it's that Fidelio guy again. No, not him. It's just a feeling. Let's split for now. We'll meet back at Area B. Got it? Got it. Why'd it get so quiet all of a sudden? What the? They're gone. Wait, did he sense I was here and run away? Sure seems that way, right over those boxes by the looks of it. So this is what Fidelio meant about him being really good at sensing danger. He'll be a tough one to catch. It's not going to happen if I waste my time standing around here, though. Better find out where he went. So wait, where is this Alan, though? Because they said out in the field. Oh, here. All the way in the corner. You're that guy from class 7, right? You have some business with me or something? No, nothing like that. I saw your training out here and I was pretty impressed, that's all. That said, you seem a little hesitant and it's getting in the way of your form. What makes you think you can just show up and criticize me? Is it just because you're a noble? Yeah, that's right, I've heard about you. Should a high and mighty noble like you even talk to a lowly commoner like me? Or do you get a pass when it's condescension? That stuff has never really bothered me. Seems like this guy has a noble-shaped chip on his shoulder. Putting our baggage aside for now, you came here to train, didn't you? How about you join me for a while? Me? Train with you? Yeah, it's a chance to practice in a way you wouldn't normally. I'm sure you'd find it beneficial. What do you say? Well, I don't know what you're planning, but if it'll make me stronger, then I'm on board. I wouldn't say no to some big fancy noble who took the time out of his busy day to ask me anyway. Okay, I'll go get everything ready. I wonder if Instructor Sarah will let me borrow one of her combat shells. She gave him permission to use a combat shell. I guess she will. You guys use this thing in class 7, right? Are we seriously going to fight it? It looks a little intimidating, but it makes for great training, I promise. I'll take point for now, so feel free to attack as often as you'd like. Right.
Bring it on!
Okay. Meet the following condition. Alan deals the finishing blow. Alan is conscious at the end of the battle.
Here we go!
Okay. We'll try to keep him conscious.
Alright, let's do this! My turn!
Could he deal the finishing blow while unconscious? It would be impressive if he could.
There!
turn.
Soaring birds. You don't have an Ascroft. Okay, let's do piercing strike then.
Go!
Heal yourself.
Here we go!
As long as Reed is tanking, it's fine. Let's do this.
Gavel on my blade!
Hopefully it doesn't kill. It shouldn't. Nice. That's a lot of damage.
Go!
This is fine.
There!
Come on. Finish it off. Yes, okay. Nice. Did we win? You bet we did. Not surprising after that last attack of yours. That was a sight to behold. Thanks. I feel like I've got my confidence back now. At least a little bit. Good to hear. What's the matter? Oh, I feel kind of bad about all the flack I gave you earlier, that's all. I mean, you know, all the high and mighty noble stuff. Oh, don't worry about it. But is there some reason you got so caught up in that? It's embarrassing to say out loud, but envy, I guess. I used to be awful at almost everything I did. Sports, studying, anything you can think of. Still am, really. That's a bit real. It's a mood. 5.5k, wow. I mean, it is like his special move. It does a lot of damage. But I knew this noble who was basically my opposite. She could try anything and do it flawlessly. I was always so frustrated by that. All I wanted to do was be her equal, but no matter what I did, I couldn't manage it. That's a pretty lame reason, huh? No, not at all. But that noble you're talking about, it's Bridget, isn't it? How did you know? Sorry, I guess it's time to come clean. So, that's how she felt. Now that I think about it, I really have been acting like a jerk. In your defense, I can sort of understand why you acted that way. Nobody wants to show their weakness to someone they look up to. It's not even that I look up to her so much as I want her to just look at me. Huh? What do you mean by... nothing. Just forget I said anything. So that's the way it is. Anyway, if that's what she sent you here for, I'll go talk to her. Besides, I owe her a personal apology for being so mean to her lately. She needs to know that my issue was with myself, not with her. In fact, I'll go do that right now. That's a relief. I hope the two of you can smooth things over. Me too. Thanks for all you've done for me today. Well, we didn't tell him to go back to the fencing club, so... That's kind of also why we came here. The main reason was the quest, but the fencing club people also said like, oh, can you tell him to come back to the club if you're talking to him anyway? And we just didn't do that. Are they over here? Yeah, there they are. there he is. The same guy from before is with him too. You should have the pictures on hand, so now would be the time to ask. Sorry, do you have a minute? Who's that? Have you got a new customer? Nah, pretty sure that's Rean from Class 7. You know, the guy who's always helping out the student council? Damn, just about closed the deal too. He might have been the one you noticed earlier then. No doubt about it. And he's headed straight for us. We can't let him see the stash though. What are we gonna do? He's already pretty close. Don't worry, I've got a plan. If you make it out of here alive, we'll meet at point C. You ready? Yeah. I've got some questions for you too. Whoa, what are you doing over there in that revealing swimsuit, Alyssa? That's so bad. Got him to look oldest trick in the book. Wait, Alyssa? Why would she even be in a swim? Oh, son of a... So where's location C? And they're gone already. Well, they're fast if nothing else. They got me good this time. It didn't seem like they'd finished their trade though. I've been to the places Fidelio mentioned, but it seems like they have another meeting spot. They'll want a place no one will find them. Maybe like a building that's not used very often. I'd better start searching then. A building that's not used very often. No, I don't think the old school cellar. I don't think they would go there. What I'm thinking is the what's it called? The auditorium. Because that's only really used for like announcements and stuff. The auditorium's open. Maybe he found his way in here. See, I'm smart. Where are they? Not here. Wait, are they backstage? Aha. Nice, I'll take this one. Well then, it was a pleasure doing business with you. God, seriously, again? Okay, gotta go later. Wait up, Rex. Okay, hand it over. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you, but you shouldn't have that photo. Guess I'm sunk. Fine, here you go. Rean confiscated the offending photo. Is this President Toa? I'm a big fan, alright. What, you got a problem with that? Not exactly. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I heard that Rex was taking inappropriate photos, but this is just a picture of her working, like she always does. Isn't it great? It's still in her natural habitat. How can your heart not melt when you see that sweet look of determination? Sneaking a picture like this is an art, and you can't deny that Rex is a master of his craft, can you? Can you? Well, I really can't. But he still took this photo without permission, so yeah, I figured as much. That's why I handed it over. But are you sure you should be standing here talking to me while Rex gets away? Yeah, good point. I can tell that he's still somewhere in the auditorium though. Seems like he's planning on hiding out here in here and hoping I'll leave. I've got some bad news for you, Rex. Either way, I'd better not catch you buying candid photos again. Got it? Ah, yes. Where did he go? Rex? Is he like hiding upstairs? Don't see him. But sometimes it does take a bit for them to show up. There he is. Just standing. If they can't see me, or wait, if I can't see them, they can't see me kind of thing, right? Just stare into the wall. Hi, Rex. Sorry, Rex, it's over. There's nowhere to run. Just come quietly and brace for a lecture from Fidelio. How do you even think to look up here? Alright, the game's up, Rex. Hand over all the photos you've taken without their subject's permission. And don't even think about holding onto the photo cards you used to take them. Fine, this is all I've got left though. Wow, they're remarkably varied, aren't they? And it looks like there's even more on the photo cards too. Well, yeah. These are really nice photos though. I'm surprised. So am I. They're all very characteristic of the girls featured in them. They really convey each girl's individual charms. So, you like them too then? They're beautiful photographs, I'll give you that. But that doesn't change the fact that they were taken without the girl's permission. It doesn't matter how well taken a picture is if its subject doesn't want to be photographed. I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say here, don't you? I guess, yeah. By the way, we'd heard that you were exchanging them with some of the other students. That's right. I'm afraid we're going to need to ask you to give us whatever you traded for too. Fine. Rex handed Fidelio a magazine. Wait, what kind of magazine? It's full of pictures of girls. Well, at least he wasn't selling them for Mira. So now what happens to me? God, what is this? If the photos were too risque, I was going to tell you to leave the club, but I think I know just the way to put this all behind us. Fidelio tore up the photographs and put the photo cards under a bright light, utterly destroying the photographs on it. No! All my hard work, all my blood, sweat and tears. Compared to having the instructors find out what you were doing, this is a cakewalk. Well, that's true. I doubt anyone other than Fidelio would have forgiven me for what I did either. Well, you're a top-notch photographer after all. I know you'll do great things if you put your mind to it. You really think so? I'm sorry, I haven't been coming to the club for a while too. As long as you realize what you did was wrong, I have no intention of harping on the matter any further. I'm not going to tell you to stop taking pictures of girls, but make sure you get their permission in the future, okay? I'm sure the photographs you take will turn out even better that way. There you go. It wasn't that bad. Hello, Reed Schwarzer of Class 7 speaking. It's Neidhart. Are you free at the moment, Schwarzer? I am. Did you need something? Good. As it so happens, I have a little proposal for you. If you have a moment to spare, come speak with me in the faculty lounge. I'll give you the details in person. Is this an urgent matter? No, there's no need to rush or even come along at all if you can't make it. Your other responsibilities take precedence. If you do have the time, however, I would appreciate your presence. What does Neidhart want with me? I don't know him that well at all. He's not our instructor. So wait. Quest, chapter 4. I think I'll go back to the girl in these dorms. Maybe she'll have a reward for me or something? Thank you so much for your help. Thanks to you, Alan finally told me everything, and it's such a relief. Everything? Does that mean... That's right. He admitted that he was just taking his frustration out on me. How ridiculous, right? You should know that if he's got something on his mind, I'll always be there to listen and help him out. Hey, man of the Empire can't just go around relying on everyone else to solve his problems for him. Oh yes, please take this. It's nothing much, but it's the least I can do after we went through all this trouble. Nice. What is Water Bell? Halves delay after using water arts. Pretty good. I think you would be better off with mute or something. I think instead of action 2 we'll give you heal, because I really want you to have Tyr and Tira. So I think that is the request dealt with, except for Nightheart's thing. So let's see what the instructor wants from us. There he is. We still haven't found where the cat is either. It might be hiding from us. Hello, Schwarzer. Have you finished assisting the student council? Yes, sir. We've managed to take care of our most pressing tasks. By the way, I was under the impression that you'd be returning to the military. Was there a change of plans? I resolved my military business in record time. I got back not too long ago, in fact. You're saying you've already come and gone? You must be exhausted. Exhausted doesn't begin to cover it. To make matters worse, Instructor Thomas roped me into drinking with him last night. I hardly managed to get any shut-eye, though maybe I shouldn't be telling you about this. I was about to say, but he went out with Instructor Thomas even after all of that? I never would have expected him to be so friendly. Moving on, Instructor Valentine told me about your swimming lessons. It seems as though the men of Class 7 have suffered a truly humiliating defeat. I can't really think of one. Arcade and Clausel, Schwarzer. I'm referring to Arcade and Clausel. If what Instructor Valentine told me holds true, those two swam circles around all you men. Or maybe I should say boys. Men of the Empire would not stand for this. Oh my god, Nightheart. For the sake of masculinity the world over, please tell me that you at least felt a twinge of frustration. Well, I mean, a twinge, sure. Then there may be hope for you yet. But why, though? Like, they might be better swimmers, that doesn't mean anything. Like, why do you have to feel like men need to do better or whatever? That's not... It's not necessary. If you've got the time and the guts, I'd be willing to teach you how men swim. I'm going to need you to clarify that. Swimming is more about knowing how to breathe and use your body than it is your body itself. Us army men undergo training in order to learn how to swim quickly and efficiently. No wasted movements, no wasted breath. And I would be willing to pass this all on to you in order to keep you from being shown up by those two girls again. Seriously? I'm always serious. Fine, we'll go swimming, sure. I don't... Nightheart is... Why is this so important to you? Gather up the other men and meet me in the gymnasium. guess that means we're doing more of the swimming minigame. So why are we here again? Instructor Neidhart wants to teach us how to swim as effectively as possible. In that case, we owe him our gratitude. I still don't get why we needed to assemble so quickly just for some swimming lessons. If it's such a pressing issue for you, I can't imagine any of us would mind if you left us and went back to the dorm. It's not an issue, it's just an observation, you smarmy little... Right then, let us begin. We'll begin with warm-ups, done in accordance with the Manway method. The Manway method? Did you just make that up? The name's not important, the method on the other hand is. You'll be racing each other one-on-one. Nothing gets a man motivated like some sweaty competition. Now, Roger, why don't we start with you, since you decided to pipe up about the name. Pick your first opponent. Okay. We'll compete with, I don't know, with Gaius. Would you mind racing me, guys? Not at all. Especially if it'll make us both better. So Gaius was pretty good last time, I think. On your marks, get set, go. Okay. So it's the same mini game. I have to remember how to do this. Nice. Easy. Phew, you're every bit as fast as I thought you'd be, Reen. Between your height and your speed, you're no slouch yourself. Are you here to chit-chat or are you here to swim? Get back here at once. Freaking Neidhart. What is this? The Manway method warm-ups continued in this fashion, and in the end everyone had raced everyone without a single break. Four races in a row really takes its toll on you. You're telling me I'm exhausted. Yeah, think we're about done for the day. I'm ready for a nap. I knew swimming could be tiring, but I didn't know it could get this bad. That should do it for our warm-ups, correct? I would appreciate it if we could get to the meat of these lessons. How naive. Sorry, I think I might have misheard. You're all naive. Every last one of you. You boys think you're ready to learn anything after a wimpy little warm-up like that? Oh, we still have a way to go. Which leads us into our next exercise of the day. Limit breakers. I'm not the only one panicking about the word break being in the name, am I? Snape's a real kid, isn't he? Yeah. There's no such thing as a dumb question, Regnitz, but that one came awfully close. As the name would suggest, this exercise has you swimming to, then through, the limits of your endurance. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh no, instructor, this is a surefire way to drown. Don't do this to us. But don't worry, I'll give you 30 whole seconds to rest for every length of the pool you swim. Is he serious? That didn't sound like a joke to me. Maybe this is how they do it in the army? Oh my god. Seems as though each of you has expended all your reserves of energy by now. I'm honestly surprised that none of us are dead yet. Was there any point to all of this? You still doubt me? I'd suggest checking how long your last times were. I'm sure you'll find yourselves impressed. Everyone checked their final times just as Instructor Neidhart had suggested. No way. It felt like took us hours to get across the pool. What exactly happened here? Once you reach your limit, your body dedicates all of its energy to swimming, not wasting an ounce on anything else. This is the method I told you about. Keep swimming like this and you'll be able to cut down your times even further. So this is why you pushed us so far. There was a method to your madness all along. That's right. Snide comments aside, you all performed very well. You might want to use these to recover from your training though. Oh nice. Thank you. That's all for today, but this isn't the end. You'd better keep training to show those girls, so those girls don't show you up again. Oh my god. Why is he so competitive about the girls versus guys stuff? Is that why he doesn't get along with Sarah? Maybe. Snape's a real CM Pop. Yeah. Okay, old schoolhouse time. I'm assuming these two won't go together. We'll see though. Not today. Right, got it. Doesn't seem like I'll be able to invite both Laura and Fee to go with me this time. Okay, yeah. So, we'll just take... Let's take Machias. Let's have a look at the elevator panel first. I'm betting we'll be able to go down to the 4th floor now. Are you referring to those rules you hypothesized last month? I don't know how it's possible, but I have a weird feeling your theory is probably right. But we should see for ourselves. Elevator room. Looks like the next light's lit up. Guess that means the 4th floor is open now. So your hypothesis was right after all. Yep. Floor number 4. Let's go. I do think these chapters are getting longer every time, or at least it feels like it. Because it's been 2 hours and we're still on the start of chapter 4. We haven't even gone to the field study trip. This wind. What's up, guys? The wind in here feels like it did in the ancient quarry in the North Highlands. I suspect the higher elements may be at work here. So the same phenomenon that occurred in Nord is happening here? Well, let's be extra careful in here, okay? I'm betting the monsters will be even stronger than what we've dealt with on previous floors too. Okay. We've done a lot, yeah.
It's time to begin our investigation.
What's that? A deer? What's a deer doing in here? Oh. Nope. Okay.
Very well, I will serve as your opponent. Go!
Oh, shit, I can't interrupt it.
Okay.
I'll handle this.
Noble
Now is our
command.
chance. Don't let it pass.
Leave it to me.
Gale Stinger. Does that interrupt? Nope. That's fine.
Go!
Thank you very much. Okay. Arcus, activate. Yeah.
Oh my god, he
Suppose
knocked
I should
him
thank
just
you.
far enough away that I couldn't heal both. That's annoying. Oh shit, moved with.
It's my turn.
Grant me your strength!
Let's get rid of these guys. Calamity Hawk! Bam! Get wrecked.
I'll handle this.
It's my turn.
Go!
Now.
Thanks!
I suppose I should thank you. Very well.
Go!
Okay.
Okay, it's safe for now.
That worked pretty well. Let's see. Okay, this floor is pretty small actually.
We'll have to fight our way through.
Go! There!
Yeah. Gleaming blades. Go.
Nice.
My turn.
Moon blades.
Be gone.
All right.
You can do. Actually, we are not linked. Why do I forget this? Outrage.
Go! There! Now's our chance! Here!
Uh-oh.
My turn! Huh. Thank you.
I'll handle this.
Are you guys... You're somewhat resistant to this.
Arcus,
okay,
activate.
Okay.
Yeah, just heal juices, please.
All right.
Yeah.
I suppose I should thank you.
Okay, juices, Ariel. Nice.
My turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
Just getting started.
Good job. Get some level ups. Movements. Heal yourself. Heal everyone. EP charge.
Ooh, this looks like a good spot.
Oh, no. Wait, there's fishing?
Winds, give us your blessing.
I got
Here
a
we go.
little bit distracted with him saying there's a fishing
All right,
spot,
Let's
but
do this.
Right, understood.
it's fine. We can fish after this.
You're in the shore. Crystal Saber.
How pathetic.
I did it!
Actually, so we need to link people, right? So you need to be linked as well. I said macchias instead of juices for a bit. Actually, no, wait. We'll see. Okay.
This looks like a nice spot.
This looks like a nice spot. Any new fish? Cool new fish, maybe? Perhaps? Oh, that does seem like a new one. I don't think we've seen that one before.
Caught one.
Gluttonous bass. Bass. This
Caught one.
is Kasagin. We've already got that before. Oh, another one of these.
Not bad.
7 points. Cool necklace. Okay, we're getting accessories from those. Maybe we can sell them if we get multiple. Unless they're really useful.
Caught one.
Let's see. Silver earring. Prevents poison. Cool necklace prevents burn. Prevents sleep, nightmare, faint, confuse. And that's it. I think. Oh no, citrus bottle is what we got as well. I think. Prevents faint. Interesting. Up here, any treasure?
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Is treasure.
Here they come! Be careful!
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
No, never mind, that's fine. It's starting off with the critical scared me for a second, but no.
Another
Nothing to
chance.
be scared about.
Okay! Gleaming blades! Go!
Right.
Just the regular shots.
Eat that.
Damn.
It's my turn.
Turbulence should hit all of them.
Whirlwind. To me.
That didn't do a lot, actually.
Here we go.
Kill this one.
Right. How about
Okay.
this?
Nice. Stopped it in its tracks.
Okay.
You heal yourself? No, actually. Just hit this way.
No way.
Nice.
Here we go.
And then you can heal instead.
Huh.
For free.
Thank you very much.
It's my turn.
Okay, and if we do Gil Stinger here, kill one of them.
We're open. Reed. Leave it to me.
Yeah.
Okay, not white dead, but close.
Go.
Get him.
It's my turn.
Hey.
My turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
Good
I
job.
did it.
Level ups, always good. Evade 2. Do we have... You have Evade 1. So you can get Evade 2 instead. Which is just not better. Okay, so that's to the next area, but there's probably some treasure further up. Ooh. Wait, that's blocked off though.
Now's our chance.
Can I break
My
through
turn.
that? I guess we'll have to find out.
Now's our chance.
Here.
Okay. Gleaming blades. Go.
Leave it to me. Go.
I'll help.
All right.
Beautiful.
Go. It's my turn.
My turn.
It's my turn.
Can you reach it? You can. Beautiful.
Time is precious. We should hurry.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
That should suffice.
We're all growing stronger. Okay, so what's this? Can we... Wait, so what did they say last time? Anyone with E rank or higher? That's the last one, right? So the... Yes, because it's Laura that can do it at least, and I guess him as well. So if we put him first, or at least have him be leader,
Eat that. Eat that.
shoot him. Oh, it did work. Just shoot it many times with a shotgun. Eventually it will fall. I think that's a good thing to live by, right? Maybe? I don't know.
My turn.
Is it?
Now's our chance.
Here.
It's my turn. Gleaming blades. Go.
Right. All right.
My turn.
Okay, you should be able
There.
to take care of these plant monsters pretty easily. Thanks.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
And treasure, which is a lot of Sepith. beautiful. Oh. Okay, so at least I know I can break those pillars.
Eat that! Huh. We still seem to have a ways to go.
Let's see. I mean, still not too big. Don't know if I understand that floor plan, but we'll find out how that works in a second. Oh, whoops. I alerted him with the shotgun.
We'll have to fight our way through.
Go! There!
Delay them, please.
Okay.
Nice. You can't quite hit all of them, but you can with Ariel. Hey Tarks, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Leave it to me!
Thank you for the more hydrates.
Now! It's my turn.
Can you... How many do you have? Quite a lot, I imagine. I'm trying to... I can't really easily play this game one-handed. I don't think this works now. If they're 73k, you could keep going. Yeah, please don't.
Go! This is it! Go!
You don't have to, you know. Thank you for the hydrates. I did a lot of talking, so it does help.
There!
Interrupt them.
Now's our chance! Gaius! Right!
Okay.
Not bad.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
I did it!
I think I drank too quickly.
Eat that! Eat that!
I have a bit of a case of the burps.
Here they come. Be careful, everyone.
My turn! Ta! Go! Here! You're done! Flames, gather on my blade!
Bye bye, plants. Just doing a little culling, you know?
Strike!
Burn away the unwanted plant life.
Gleaming blades. Go!
It's my turn. Now. Right. Go.
I'll help.
Nice.
Not gonna let you outdo me on
Really
the nice.
smooth. Okay, so what does this do? Lowers the wall. Nice. So that allows us to continue further that way. There's treasure here though. Ah.
Enemy
Slightly
sighted.
too
Let's
late.
take them out.
That's fine.
It's my turn.
Turbulence.
Whirlwind. To me. Now. Go.
Into Calamity Hawk.
Grant me your strength.
Get wrecked.
Calamity Hawk. Together, we're unbeatable.
Nicely done.
Nice. Okay. Treasure. Just some ground bait. Oh well. I really haven't used ground bait often because it really is only useful for fishing. And I don't really fish that much.
That's a beautiful looking trick.
If it's a fight they want.
Go! There!
Okay. Gleaming blades. Go!
Too slow!
Leave it to me.
Let's hit both of these.
It's my turn.
And you just hit this one.
You're mine.
Okay.
My turn!
Annoying, but nothing too bad. Should be able to hit them all with Arc Slash.
Now's a chance!
Here. Take this. Right.
Energy Shell won't heal you, so
Eat that. All right.
it's too bad.
There.
I'm not going to use that on you. Let's use
Arcus,
Breath.
activate.
Go!
And you move back here to also get healed.
Yeah.
Appreciate it! Go!
And then kill it. Or not.
All right.
Kill it. There you go.
Together, we're unbeatable.
First try.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
Impassion. Got that from Invigorate. What does Impassion do then? HP plus 200, Strength plus 5. I honestly think I like this more than the Invigorate one.
Eat that.
Fun.
Kick. Kick. Kick.
Oh, come on. Why do they see me so... Maybe I need to sneak. Like, walk slowly. Sneaky breaky.
Kick.
Bam. Yeah, okay, that
Now's
works.
the chance! Let's get him! Go! Now's a chance!
Here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you should be able to... Let's do this one.
Arcus, activate.
Leave it to me. It's my turn. They're open.
Got it!
Yeah.
Silver Thorn. That's
My
good
turn.
damage right there.
It's my turn. Leave it to me.
Go! Sit!
Yeah.
Don't think you can reach. No, you can't. You can with this though.
Gleaming blades.
So might as well.
Let's keep going.
That should suffice.
Great. So further in.
Ah, it's a treasure chest.
Wait, treasure chest? Where? Oh, down there. How'd we get there? Okay, from further down, apparently.
Wind's behind us. Let's go. Go!
It's my turn.
There!
Nice.
Read! Right!
Stabbers.
Okay.
Let's just attack.
Here.
Right!
Break shot on this
How
one.
about this?
Here we go!
Into. I can't hit both, can you? Oh, you can.
There!
It's my turn.
There! We're open!
Nice.
My turn. Here. We should be safe
That
now.
worked very well, if I say so myself.
Eat that!
More pots. Take that, pots. That's what you get for being inanimate objects in an RPG.
Stay on guard and don't get cocky.
Here we go!
How many can I hit? So one. So there's 4, 5. I think that's the maximum.
Oh, winds, grant me your strength! Calamity!
Goodbye.
Right!
It's my turn.
Go! Leave it to me. Eat that!
It's my turn. Yeah. The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
Yeah, stay alert, everyone. There might be more enemies and stuff. Let me just sneak up the ladder here.
Oh, that's a beautiful looking treasure chest.
Yeah, too bad there's monsters in it.
Winds, give us your blessing. Leave it to me.
Hello. Okay. Let's see. You guys are weak to fire. You don't have any fire. You give extra defense. I don't think I want to do that though. Let's do Grand Press. Like this.
My turn!
Okay, that's fine.
It's my turn.
Ethereal Edge. Like. Let's do it like
Gleaming
this.
blades. Go.
It's my turn.
And then you can do. You can do a shot here.
Eat that! Go!
Autumn Leaf Slasher? Leaf Cutter, rather, not Slasher. And then in the middle here. Shoot, kill,
There!
maybe? Nope,
It's
not
my
quite.
turn.
Close though. Turbulence? Come on the right one, please. What? Why would you target the right one? I want to hit the guy in the middle there, but it doesn't seem to be possible to make that the main target. That's odd. It just skips over it. I guess we'll do this time.
Whirlwind! To me! Now! Go!
Nice.
You're mine! Right!
Can you hit both if you do this? Yes, you can. Beautiful.
Eat that! Here we go!
You've got this.
Go! Here! You're done!
Yeah!
Leave it to me. Now! Go!
Now!
Thanks!
Nice.
My turn!
You should be able to kill
Now's our
these
chance! Here!
just fine.
You're done!
Beautiful.
The winds must be on our side.
I did it!
Nice.
The
Nicely
winds
done.
must be on our side. Evergreen. Okay, what does that do? What is Evergreen? Accuracy plus 50%, evasion plus 10%, speed plus 5, prevents sleep, faint, nightmare, and confuse. Pretty good. You know what? How about I give you this? Because I didn't give you anything, really. I'll give you this one as well. I think normally I would have V hold these. Do we have something that is blind but then other stuff as well? Yeah, we do. That's just better. Okay. Now let's make our way down. Try not to aggro this monster. Can you turn around, please? Before we fully step down the ladder. Nope. Oh. Shit. Run. I want to sneak up on it. Don't worry about me standing here with a shotgun. Just face the other way. Just turn around, face the wall, you know? Nope, no, not this way. The other way. No. Get out of here. Yeah, okay, go that way. Good. And just stay facing that way. Yeah. No! Why do you keep having to turn around? You bastard. Nice. Oh, what? Okay, so the second shot does nothing. I thought I could stun him further. He was startled by the loud noise of a shotgun. I don't know why you would be startled by that, honestly. Also, I shoot after it turns around, not before. Okay,
Now's our chance.
My turn.
finally managed to do it.
Go! Gaius! Got it! Leave it to me. Eat that!
See, that's
takes
why
care
we
of that.
want that advantage.
Making progress.
Can make it go really, really quickly. I don't know if it would have been faster to just fight it though. Probably would have. Bang, bang. Bang. Oops. Okay.
We're finally done.
Let's see, what else do you have here? I don't think I want any of these specifically. Mm, 150 of each, 150 of each, 150 of each, 250 of each, 250 of each, 150 of each, and then 350 of each. I'll start with these ones. Okay. What about customizing weapon? Don't have any of them. Okay. Oh, we should rest as well. And then save because it's boss time. What will the boss be this time? Who knows? Wait, haven't we fought these guys before?
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
Leave it to me.
Seraphic Gates, yeah, we have. They're probably slightly different though. Can you hit those? You can.
Go! Huh.
See if we can get the demonic size kill. No, resist.
Okay.
I mean, makes sense that the boss is resistant to it. Let's move over here.
It's my turn.
Because if I remember correctly, these guys do like
How about this?
a ray in front of them.
Go!
Uh-huh.
It's this.
So we want people to be somewhat spread out. Confused.
My turn.
Okay, that's pretty bad. Okay, you can't do that.
There.
No damage. No damage.
It's my turn.
Wait. Oh, shit. Did they have like... Did they have like massive amounts of physical resistance?
Arcus, activate.
Oh no. Don't be confused.
Here we go.
Arcus, activate. It's my turn.
Can we get rid of the confusion? That would be very useful. Sedative.
Thank you very much.
Let's try Flame Slash here.
Flames, gavel on my blade.
Hopefully that still does good damage.
Strike!
3 ranges. It's not awful.
It's my turn. Now.
Appreciate it.
Okay. This guy is still confused, very annoying.
Right. Thank you.
I don't know why I used the Cure Bomb for that actually. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe better to just Terra Bomb.
Now.
Appreciate it.
Make sure he lives. And then Calamity Hawk. Get rid of one of them at least.
Grant me your strength. Calamity Hawk!
Oh, it's not quite right.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh no.
Go! Arcus, activate.
Please kill it. Oh, come on. No.
I need to do something.
You do need to do something. This is true.
Thank you very much.
This can't be happening.
Are you still... Are you streaming or... And just collecting Pokemon while you stream, or did you not stream? I thought you'd be streaming at this point. Okay, the critical did nothing.
Oh no, you don't. Go!
You have a sore throat, so you're not streaming? That's fine. I hope the throat is not too bad. Jeez. Oh, this is really bad, guys.
Thank you very much.
We still haven't killed the first one. Yep, we're dead. Actually.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I'm sorry, everyone.
You probably caught something off the peasants.
This is a
Ah
tough
yes, those filthy peasants.
Leave it to me.
How dare they?
Here we go.
Okay.
Um...
gleaming blades.
Let's hit
Go!
with this one. Okay, that didn't do
my
much.
turn.
Okay, we've at least spread out so they can only hit with one or maybe two at a time.
Leave it to me.
Guess we try to
Activate.
do this.
Here we go! Arcus, activate.
Right.
Are these guys... They're not resistant to it. I'll just needle shoot though.
Yeah.
Huh. Here we go!
Okay. Okay. We're at least doing damage.
Leave it to me.
I might swap you out with...
Can you handle this?
This?
I'll show you how it's done. Be gone. Ha!
It's my turn.
And then you do... What about aerial? Can you hit both? Can.
Arcus, activate.
Okay.
Huh.
Right.
Yeah, spreading everyone out has been a good idea so far.
Arcus, activate! Oh no, you don't!
Okay, that hurts.
Now!
My turn!
You should be able to heal yourself actually, yeah.
Huh.
It's my turn!
Needle shoots.
Arcus, activate!
My turn.
Dark matter? Is dark matter... I guess... That's the one I want. But it's the one you have, so, you know. Let's do that.
Arcus, activate. Get back.
This isn't looking good.
I don't want you to go down. But you will be delayed by this, so I think Serene Blasting here is the best
Hear me.
idea. To
Appreciate
make sure that he's at least healed up. Come on, take care of one. It will help so much.
Go!
Okay, let's do Flame Slash with critical on this one.
Flames, gather on my blade!
Because I think the other one would have been too much overkill.
Strike!
Okay. Emma's down.
Sorry, everyone.
That's bad.
I'm sorry.
That's really bad.
Need to do something.
Oh my god.
Thank you very much.
No way!
possible.
Oh my god. Why?
This can't be happening.
Why do you get confused at this point in time?
I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, this fight is awful.
This will take everything we have.
Not being able to do
All right.
physical damage is pretty awful, apparently. Okay, well, we'll try
My turn.
this again. And you move over there.
Yeah.
We do aerial over here.
Huh?
It's my turn.
Machias, you move over here. To spread out. Okay. That's fine. That's not fine.
No!
At least this is a critical, so that does a lot of damage.
Leave it to me.
Wolverine, please.
Thanks.
It's my turn.
Go.
Move over here again. Critical, that's bad.
Leave it to me.
I keep having to use turns to heal them of the confusion,
Thank
when
you
I
very
really
much.
need to deal with, well, just at least one of them as quickly as possible. Because otherwise I just die. Heal yourself.
Take this. Right.
Is this the toughest fight you've had? Well, the way this game works is every next boss fight tends to be the toughest fight you've had, because that's how the game progresses. The game gets more difficult. Just how it works.
Okay.
It's definitely one of the more annoying ones because I can't do physical damage, which is some of my main damage sources.
Take this.
No!
Okay, Machias is probably down here. Yep.
This can't be happening. It's my turn.
They're so fast as well.
Appreciate it.
Go.
So this won't do much. Might delay them a little bit at least. Please just kill one of them.
Flames, gather on my blade.
I see it takes some without trouble. Well, yes. But, yeah, I mean... all of these fights in the the old schoolhouse have been pretty rough.
It's my turn.
Overall. Okay, this won't work. So,
Hear me.
do this.
Appreciate it.
Oh my god, that
It's
Crisis
my turn.
Cry is the worst because it deals damage to everyone. I don't have his heal.
Got it?
I'll handle this.
Maybe.
Hang in there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Heal you up like that. Green goes down, but that's
I'm
okay.
sorry, everyone.
I can do this.
Okay, well this is awful. Why are you confused again? Just stop getting confused, guys. Do we have... No. I can't do this.
Let's go.
Like even if this works,
Thanks!
I guess we might as well hit this guy.
This is my secret weapon. Charging normal energy. Rosetta arrow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Breath, but that guys will probably hit Emma.
Arcus activate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, they're both confused. It's over. It's over again.
Okay.
Fucking hell. Why can't you? Well, actually, it's not over yet, but it's definitely pretty close. I can't do anything. Can't.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
I'll show you how it's
Jesus, do
done.
you have anything you can do here? Not really, do you? I guess we can use a Celestial Bomb, bring him back.
Thanks!
No.
And he's confused. Great. Good job, guys. Just all get confused, why don't you? I hate status effects that make you lose control of the character. It's so frustrating. And then, of course, people are like, oh, just equip them with the things that make them immune to the thing. It's like, yeah, how would I know, though? How would I know that they have these things? I just have to randomly guess that the next enemies we encounter are gonna be using Confuse. Ah.
Ha! Ooh, that's good.
Come on. Jesus is still confused, by the way. Still confused.
That's embarrassing.
Gaius is down. He's no longer confused, but he's almost dead, so... you can heal. But they're gonna both go in a row, so chances are you will die anyway. What other thing can I even possibly do? Nothing, because I mean, maybe run over and revive Gaius, but even then he'll probably just all die. It's not really... I mean, this is the best chance I have. And Irene is confused.
I'll handle this.
Okay, Juices. Please bring Elisa back up.
Thanks.
Never mind. It's over. Like, you're so busy doing, just trying to keep people alive that you can't do damage. Okay, well, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, let's try again then.
This one looks dangerous. Be careful.
It's my turn.
Do Grand Press right off the bat.
Here we go.
And you move. Let's move here.
It's my turn.
And you do aerial, also straight off the bat.
Arcus, activate.
Right.
And actually, you switch to
Got it?
Juices.
I'll show you how it's done.
And Juices go and do Rune Blade on this thing,
He go.
which actually didn't do the status debuff, sadly. Green is confused already.
Now.
It's my turn.
So now I have to take this turn to make sure he's not confused anymore. Because otherwise he's just going to murder me. Where is it? Saturday.
Take this! Thanks! Here we go!
And now the problem is we're stacked up. Which means all three of us are going to get hit probably.
Thank you very much.
Which makes it likely that one of us is going to get confused. Oh no, never mind. It missed. Very good.
Okay.
Aerial again.
Arcus, activate.
All right.
Grand Press again.
I'll handle this.
And aerial or dark matter. Let's do aerial.
Arcus, activate.
Okay.
Now.
That was a lot of damage. I don't like that.
Take this.
Come on, guys.
Here we go!
Heal yourself. And then do a flame slash on this one.
Flames, gavel on my blade. Strike!
Leave
Okay,
it to me.
nice. That's good. And then we actually use Terra Bomb on Emma.
Take this.
Probably should have
Thank you
moved
very
you
much.
a bit more, but that's Crisis Cry, it doesn't matter anymore. That one does. Okay, one down. One down.
This is nothing.
Uses it's this thing.
Yeah. Not bad.
Nice. Oh, that's not nice. Right, I forgot you were confused. That's the worst.
I'm sorry, everyone.
And you're still confused.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Doesn't matter, I tried to ice break, it was too late. But just get close to them, you know? Just let them kill you.
Impossible.
This will take it. It's my turn.
He can turn around so freaking quickly. I don't like it.
Arcus, activate.
Like, you can set it up pretty well, and then just one thing changes. Like, one person gets confused that shouldn't be confused, you're done. It's over. Like,
Arcus, activate.
Right.
Got it?
okay.
I'll handle this.
How about this instead?
Yeah.
Okay. You're confused already. You're confused already. Wonderful.
It's my turn.
It's just luck of the draw, isn't it? shouldn't be, but it definitely feels like it.
It's my turn.
Thanks!
Take this! Go!
I'm just thinking how much easier this would be with certain other party members. Like, I think Elliot in this fight would be amazing
very
because of
much.
the regeneration.
Okay.
Leave it to me.
And she got confused, of course. Why am I surprised?
Flames, gather on my blade! Strike!
And that's not down already. Never mind, she's not down because she has the angel thing.
It's my turn.
Don't know if this. I think you just move over here and then do your ass break.
The winds grant me your strength! Calamity!
And now I think for her as Croft, she can actually hit 2 of them, if not 3 of them actually, if she moves to the right position. I don't think I can quite.
Okay.
Ah, not quite. Damn it. Damn it. Hi, Sunburn.
This is my secret weapon.
How are you doing?
Normal energy.
Weaponism, yes.
Rosetta arrow.
Okay. One down. What can I say? It's a good game.
Arcus activate. Yeah.
Thanks!
No.
Okay, she
Here we
actually
go.
went down this time. I guess we'll go bring her up. Here you go.
Thanks.
Now it's gonna do a critical, one of them. That's fine. This one's critical. That's really bad.
I'm sorry, everyone.
My turn!
I guess you go and heal her as well. And then they go again,
Thank you very much.
because apparently answers down again. Great. It's like 60 hours
Here we
straight,
go.
yes. Of course these are long games, the JRPGs. They're... God. And they are especially long if you keep getting stuck on the same boss fight for like an hour.
Thank you very much.
Leave it to me.
Because the devs decide it's a great idea to make these things as annoying as humanly possible. Can't even do anything here.
Arcus, activate.
And he's confused.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Hi, Jaeger.
Take this! Yeah.
They're not gargoyles, they're like gates. Seraphic gates or something. I don't know why they have boobas though.
I can.
It doesn't matter what you do, just die already. You're tempted to get the Shin-chan games on Steam? Okay. Why that?
That's embarrassing.
Look, I don't know, Jaeger. That's what I said, I don't know.
This one looks dangerous.
All right.
The Seraphic Gates, a glistening floor guardian unleashes rays of light and lowers foes' mobility with cursed roar. That's all it says. It doesn't say why they have boobas. It just says that they're floor guardians for some reason.
Go!
Okay, well I guess if we have the crit anyway, we might as well just do this.
Flames, gather on my blade.
This parody is very anime-like, and 12 episodes of Shin-chan were translated to Polish and shown on Fox Kids, but it's like 18 years ago. Yeah, we had it on TV as well for a bit. They're very strange. It's a very strange show. Oh my god, I can't. I need to stop them from getting any criticals, but I can't. Actually, no, I can. If I do tear up. But I can't. Who do I even heal? Because no one needs healing. It's literally just to stop them from getting a critical.
It's my turn.
Okay, well you
Got it?
help you
I'll
out.
handle this.
And you go over here.
Yeah.
Now.
If you give them sports bras, maybe that will stop them. I don't think so. They shoot lasers. I think a bra won't stop that from happening.
Leave it to me. Yeah.
Don't be confused.
Thanks. I can do this.
Okay. Dark matter.
Huh? It's my turn.
Should I? Okay, let's do aerial here,
Here we go.
and then you do. Actually, can you do Chrono Drive? Let's do Chrono Drive here, and then Calamity Hawk on this thing.
Grant me your strength.
Hi Casey, how are you doing? Team Guy has sedatives around women. Yep, this is an anime. Well, we use the sedatives to stop them from being confused, Diego. You know? Because apparently that's what stops confusion. Sedating someone. I don't know if that's... It's probably not true. Okay, I need to get rid of this guy. It's a little bit of a waste. But at least one will be gone. Lustral, hi trolls. How are you doing? Hope you have a good trip home. Oh no, Gaius is confused now.
Go!
Stop being confused, guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Arcus, activate.
Okay, heal them all.
Thanks.
You're still confused. Stop hitting your fellow party members.
My turn. Ha! Thank you.
Okay.
I can do this.
You were away from work more than you thought last month? Or so? Did you check like how much you were in? I don't... I think you should probably heal yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you go for Ariel.
Arcus, activate.
It's my turn.
You move and go like over here.
Yeah.
So not everyone is stacked up again. Food budget is drastically cut. Oh no.
All right. Here we go.
God, she's confused again. Stop being confused. Please.
Thanks.
I know these things are very confusing, but just stop being confused about it.
Arcus, activate. Yeah.
Does the internet don't like people watching streams is buffering? See you again when I get home. Okay, trolls. Have a good trip. Come on, guys.
Arcus, activate.
So far, this is the furthest we've come. So please kill the second one. And it should be pretty simple from then on. Okay. Oh god, no. Marina's gonna kill... Okay, second one down. Green, please. Oh my god. Why? Oh no. Oh, shit. Okay, well this is pretty bad. We can do this, but that's... So it has a critical. I can't stop it from having a critical. nothing I can do, is there?
Can you handle this?
I'll take care of this.
Let's talk it out. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have swapped. Actually, no. Because you can... Okay. It's still a risk.
Are you alright?
Oh, nice.
I'm sorry.
That's not
everyone.
nice.
It's
But
my
okay.
Got it? I'll show you how it's done.
Juices. Oh god. Why? A confused Reen has done so much damage.
Thanks.
It's ridiculous.
My turn.
This is my last sedative as well. Reen, calm the fuck down. Please.
Go!
Calm down.
I can do this.
Hi Mortara. Welcome.
Arcus activate. Ha! Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Flames, gather on my blade.
Please, just kill this thing. It's not gonna die from this, but... Please.
I'll handle this.
Oh, guys, just...
Now is our chance. Don't let it pass. Right.
Leave it to me. It's my turn. Arcus activate.
I can do this.
Oh no, not that. Breath is what I want. Please.
Now.
Thanks!
I suppose I should thank you.
Huh?
Okay. It's fine. She's confused.
Okay.
That's
Arcus
okay.
activate.
We can out heal this.
Now.
Thanks!
I suppose I should thank you.
What? Stop shooting us! Yeah, okay, go down. It's better that you're down than that you're confused.
It's my turn. Arcus activate.
I'll handle this.
Arrow in the bum, yeah. Okay, not that. Let's do dark matter.
Now.
Thanks!
I suppose I should thank you.
Nice. Finally! Finally! Oh,
That's that.
thought it would
Let's
never
get moving.
end.
I did it!
That should suffice.
Everyone alright? Yeah, mostly. They seem stronger than anything we've tangled with in here so far. It's looking more and more like the hypothesis I came up with is right on the money. It feels like someone, or something, is testing us. At least that's the impression I get. So, a test, is it? That does sound plausible. We don't have enough information right now to make a guess, but if we keep on pushing deeper into these ruins, maybe we'll find something that... What was that? Sounded like it came from somewhere in this building. This hasn't happened before, has it? I think we should head up for now and assess the situation. Let's head back to the elevator room. Interesting. Something happened somewhere else. But what? What could have possibly happened or changed or something? I don't know. Did we unlock something, maybe? Maybe we'll get rewarded for killing the enemies? Maybe delve too deep? Oh no. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, right. Use that down. All magic reflects. I mean, that could be very useful. I don't know if I'll want to equip it now, though. You delve too deep? Oh no. What? Oh. That wasn't there before. Spooky door. A red door? But I'm certain this wasn't here before. Yeah, I doubt we could possibly have overlooked something this obvious. I wonder if the appearance of these doors would cause that tremor earlier. It's plausible. I've seen enough of this building that I could believe almost anything. Regardless, it bears investigating. You're right. Maybe it'll give us a clue that'll lead to some answers about this place. Rean and the others began investigating the mysterious red door. Though they searched the surrounding area thoroughly, they could find no sign of a keyhole or other unlocking mechanism. As a last resort, they even tried brute force, assailing it with their weapons to force it open. However, in the end, it didn't work. It's no good. This thing's not going to budge. All those shots and I can't even see a mark. Doesn't look like my orbital staff or arts are going to have any effect either. Yeah, I get the impression that it's made out of some material we can't even manufacture today. I think it's safe to say that destroying it isn't an option. If you listen, you can hear the sounds of cogs and springs coming from it too. Maybe the door itself is some kind of giant orbment. Either that or there's something behind it making those sounds. Rean? The mark on my chest. Reveal. Yeah, it's just a birthmark, right? Just a birthmark is what he said. But it keeps reacting to certain things. It did this before somewhere else, I can't remember where. But we didn't have it speak to us then. What was that? Is something wrong, Rean? It's nothing, but it looks like we've done all we can here for now. We should head back up. Ah, it felt like we were so close. I think Emma knows something. Or at least is like... knows that Rean is hiding something. I don't know if Rean actually knows more about his birthmark thing, or if he's also in the dark, or if he's actually, you know, hiding it. Looks like it's already evening. I'd really like to submit a report on that red door before the end of the day. Now that you mention it, the principal isn't in today, is he? Perhaps you should just report it to Instructor Sarah for now. Yeah, you're right. I'll tell her all about it when we get back to the dorms. Anyway, thank you for coming along again. And I don't know about you guys, but after that I'm feeling pretty beat. Maybe we'll get some good rest tonight. Dragon Vision? Dragon Vision. Okay. What does Dragon Vision do? Automatically analyzes defeated enemies. Oh. Okay. You have Dragon Vein as well. You can have Dragon Vision. Okay. Where to now? Oh, there's Fee. Flowers I'm trying to raise aren't doing great. Maybe I can't raise flowers after all. Aw, Fee. Wait, oh, I thought I saw the cat for a second. It was just the watering can that looked a bit like a cat when I was moving past it because of the blur. To think that I could be defeated so thoroughly, and by a lady at that. That's Friedel. Her strength is inhuman. Isn't Friedel like fencing club leader or something? What's Laura doing here? Looks like she's really concentrating. Is she practicing her cuts here? Well, I can't see any downsides to watching Laura train. Maybe I'll even learn a thing or two. I'll spend some time with Laura, yeah. Might be best to just observe from a distance. Clap, clap. Impressive as always, Laura. Oh, Rean, I didn't see you come in. Sorry, I saw you practicing and couldn't help but stand and watch. I didn't want to break your concentration with some big reading either. I'm glad I didn't, because your form was spectacular. That's very kind of you, Rean. But there's no need to lie. You're a skilled enough swordsman to have seen the uncertainty in my every swing just now. Sorry, I guess that was out of line. I understand your desire to protect my feelings, but I still have a way to go. There's nothing more to it. I was hoping that practice would clear my mind, but unfortunately that was not the case. I'm guessing this has something to do with Fee. Elisa told me that, as Fee's elder, I shouldn't let my emotions get to me too much. That's a perfectly reasonable expectation, but I find myself failing to do so time after time. I suppose this means I'm more hot-headed than I thought. Lara, listen. I'm not going to pretend I understand exactly what's going on between the two of you, but I don't think there's any need to force yourself to be any more of an adult than you are. What? For one thing, we're not adults. We're students, and we're here in part to learn how to be adults. It's like swordsmanship. No matter how hard you train, you can't rush mastery. These things take time, right? That's why I don't think you should try to will yourself into adulthood. Really? If you ever need to clear your mind, just give me a call. We're both pursuing the way of the sword, so the least I can do is spar with you every once in a while. If you wanted to, we could even go at it right now. That won't be necessary. I'd like to take the time to think things over on my own today. That's perfectly fine. I do appreciate your offer though, and I'll be sure to take you up on it once I've resolved my current concerns. Got it. Really looking forward to that. Thank you, Rean. Yay! Finally, level 3. They both have cover, so they can cover for each other. Oh wait. Who's... Oh, Monica, why are you still here? Why are you like standing in the pool? That's a bit weird. You're not even like... I don't think she's reaching the bottom. I don't... Honestly, perfect technique. Perfect swimming technique. She's knackered after all the swimming. I don't think she was standing on the bottom though. It didn't look like she could reach the bottom. It might be the light reflection or the light diffraction? Is that it? I don't... The way the light breaks differently when it hits the water. Refraction. Yes, okay. Is that Ferris? What in the world is she doing? We don't have any practice today. Is it possible that I truly wish to become friends with Elisa? Oh, why must my brother say such things? I cannot get these twisted thoughts out of my head. Oh. Oh no. It makes sense. Like, she's been so against Elisa the entire time that it's one of those, like, she's only angry because she actually wants to be friends with her, but doesn't know how to. I don't know if there's much else I want to do here. No. This is home economics, it's closed. Maybe the roof? Cat! Cat! I found you finally! Have some milk. Yay! Okay. How much more milk do I have actually? I think we got a bunch from... yeah, okay, we have 18. Nothing to worry about. Milk? Yes, milk. Sunburn. Okay, I think we just go back to the dormitories. it's been a long day. I keep thinking about that red door down in the 4th floor of the old schoolhouse. Oh well, dwelling on it isn't going to magically make it pop open. I should probably head back to the dorm.
Oh, you're headed back to Rean?
Oh, everyone is here,
Yeah.
okay.
You
Well,
all on your way back then?
everyone except Laura and Fee.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit bushed today.
I figured it was about time to return to the dorms, too.
To be honest, I was hoping to get some more studying in, but since everyone else was going back...
Good old peer pressure. Oh, aren't Laura and Fee with you?
I'm afraid not. We looked for them, but they were nowhere to be found.
But I talked to Laura not like a minute ago. She was training in the fencing area. And
They're old
Fee
enough to
was at the
find their
flower
own way
beds. Like, we saw them. How could they not find them if I just literally just saw them? Did they sneak off?
I guess you're right, but it's a shame we couldn't all go back together.
Rean?
No?
Huh?
Queen? Wait, is that his sister? Why is she here?
Who is that girl?
Only once. Oh, don't tell Botality that. Botality's only trying to help, okay?
Isn't that uniform...
Elise? When did you...
What?
Is that your sister?
The one and only. What are you doing here, Elise? And this late in the day, too.
Look deep in your heart and you'll find your answer.
What?
What?
Okay, that's very cryptic.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm Elise, Rean's sister. I apologize for cutting in, but would it be possible for me to borrow him for a while?
Okay. I guess she doesn't want to say it in front of everyone else, maybe? I don't know. But that's still a weird way to say that.
It's been a while, huh?
Look deep in your heart and you'll find the answers. Like, that's not... Okay.
Must be 6 months since I saw you? 7?
Yeah. The last time I saw you was when I came back to Ymir at the end of last year. But I always thought we'd have a chance to meet up after you enrolled here.
I'm sorry. I wanted to meet you out here too. It's just, I've been so busy lately. Besides, it's not easy to get permission to leave St. Astraeus campus, is it?
That's entirely beside the point. Heimdall is just 30 minutes from Trista by train. Add 20 more minutes travel time to get from Central Station to my school. But I suppose you're so tied up that even 50 minutes is too much time to spare for a little visit.
I'm sorry. I really am. I kept being
Jeez.
hit with classwork, exams, field studies. But you're right. I probably could have made time if I'd made that a priority. It's just that,
Yes?
well... It's just that when I saw you last year, you seemed kind of... distant. I thought maybe you'd started to find me a bother, so I figured it'd be best to just stay out of your way, I guess.
I was never distant.
She needs to ask him to the princess's ball, slash birthday, slash whatever event it is. I don't think she wants to go with her brother. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe it seemed that way because, well, it's kind of a personal thing. I'd rather not talk about it.
If something's bothering you, you know you can always tell me about it.
It doesn't matter. What does matter is that I've never thought of you as a bother, ever. And I swear on Adios's name that I never will.
Really? I'm happy to hear that.
Okay.
All right then. I'm going to clear up some time to come to the capital and see you. Promise. And you're always welcome to come visit me here, too.
Really? I'm glad to hear it. After growing up together, you're the last person I'd want to feel distant from.
she's trying to be very proper. The princess wants to. That's true. That's true.
You're right. So, is that what you came all the way out here to talk about? Seems a little overbearing just for that.
Well, our lack of communication has definitely been on my mind. But that's not the main reason I came here today. Do you really not know why I came?
Should I? Oh, that's the last letter I sent to you, isn't it? Oh, did you come for the souvenir I got you on our trip to the Nord Highlands? I found this cute accessory there that I figured you'd like.
I think she's here because you were in the middle of what could have been a war zone. Maybe, you know? Probably like...
You did? Wait, no, that's not why I came either. The issue here is the final part of your letter.
It's possible that after I graduate, I'll join the army. Even if I don't, though, I doubt I'll be coming back home to live.
What? Okay, I didn't know about this. Why is the character dumb? I don't know, Casey. It's a JRPG. The main characters in, well, animes and stuff tend to be somewhat of a, well, airhead, at least in social situations. Not getting the clue a lot of the time.
I really want to repay Mom and Dad for all they've done for me, so I'd appreciate your help with that at some point. I'm looking forward to catching up with you. Hope you're doing well. Rean Schwarzer. Ah, that.
What did you mean by, even if I don't though, I doubt I'll be coming back home to live? Or by wanting to repay Mother and Father? You make it sound as though you intend to sever ties with them. You can't honestly be thinking that you're going to quietly bow out of succeeding father as head of the family. Are you, Rean?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I have no intention of becoming the head of the family or the next Baron Schwarzer. What's so surprising about that? I was adopted. I wasn't born into a nobleman's life. The best thing would be for you to marry a good man and have him succeed Dad as Baron.
That doesn't even make sense! You might not be related to us by blood, but you're still Father's only son. And the right of adopted children to succeed their family name is recognized under Imperial law.
Yeah, if the adopted child is of noble blood. At least that's how it's gone in most cases, and I'm not.
Oh.
Oof. Oof.
What am I? Some abandoned kid that Dad found buried in a blizzard 12 years ago.
Just buried in a blizzard? And you have a scar that seems to resonate with stuff. And the ability to sense people and... Right, okay. He has the scar of the boy who lived, yes.
I couldn't even remember where I was from, or life before that. Just my name.
Just as a name, Rean.
And when he chose to take me in as his son, Dad became the hot topic of high society.
But then, like... So he has no memories from before his dad found him. Knowing just his name. How old was he even?
People called him eccentric, crazy. Some of them even accused him of being unfaithful to Mom. One even asked him to his face if he intended to open wide the gates of the nobility to some low-born bastard. At some point, he got tired of dealing with all of it. He started to avoid leaving Ymir, and eventually he stopped showing his face at all among the nobility, except on rare occasions.
So that's why he thinks he's a bother to his family then.
I've caused a lot of trouble for her family, and I really don't want to cause any more than I already have. I doubt I'll be able to leave the Schwarzer name behind, but at the very least, I want you and Mom and Dad to have the respect you deserve with your peers. After all, you'll be 16 next year, making your debut into high society. I know it might seem extreme to you, but try to understand how I feel. I'll still visit Ymir. It's not like I want to just walk out of your lives altogether. That's not it. I mean, Mom and Dad have always looked out for me, and that's a debt I'll never...
You don't get it.
What?
You don't get it at all. You don't understand how Father feels. You don't understand how Mother feels. And you don't understand how I feel.
Elise?
You're the worst! Why do you always have to be so stubborn? I hate you! I hate you!
Well, now you're just going too far again, Elise.
Elise?
I know what she's trying to say, that Rin shouldn't consider it like a debt, and that his parents just care for him and want him to succeed, and that she cares for him and wants him to succeed, and that he's not a bother to them. But now she's overreacting because of how he's phrasing things again. And because she's like 15, probably.
Well, what are you doing just standing there?
What are you...
Look, I'm sorry we might have overheard you, but that's beside the point right now. Don't just stand there, go after her! She was crying.
I know this isn't a simple problem, but you can't just leave things like they are. She needs you.
Everyone just
Indeed,
eavesdropping.
you have a duty to her as family.
Okay, I will. If you see her around, let her know I'm looking for her.
We will, so get going.
I'm sorry I didn't notice you six just stood there, yeah. Oh my god.
You've got a slap or two coming when you do find her, I'd wager.
Yeah. I mean, he deserves some slaps, to be honest. A little bit.
It's no use. I can't sense her anywhere. I need to start looking around the entire campus.
Oh, okay. Entire campus, huh? Let's see. Over there. Oh no, that's Fee. Hi, Fee. Not here either. Fee? Are you looking for Elise too? Mm-hmm. I got a call about what happened. No luck so far though. Really? Thanks. I appreciate it. Sounds like you had a family spat. They told you all about that, huh? I'm not a noble by birth. Fact is, I don't even have a drop of noble blood in me. I'd always be an outsider in their world. That's why I know the day will come when I have to leave home, because I don't belong there, not really. I thought Elise would understand that, but it doesn't seem like she does. Until the others in Zevir took me in, I was alone too. Never even knew my real parents, so I understand at least a bit. But they were still family to me. I never thought about leaving them. Why would I? That's the one place I knew I'd always belong. Don't you feel like that? Don't you feel like that about your family? Well, it's none of my business. Let's just find her. You're right. I'll leave this area to you then. Thanks, me. Okay. Aww. Okay. Gymnasium, where probably Laura is. Laura, are you looking for Elise too? I am. I heard about her disappearance earlier and have been searching for her since. Thanks, I really appreciate it. You should save your thanks until after we found her. I was informed of what happened between the two of you. Oh, I'm sorry you got dragged into what should have been just a family matter. Belonging to the nobility comes with countless obligations and complications. And your family situation is more complex than most. I believe I understand at least some of your frustrations. Lara, however, there's one thing I feel I have to ask you. Could you swear to your sister, with your hand on your heart, that your choice isn't simply your desire to escape that life? Forgive me, it's not my place to pry. Not least when I have my own hesitations to overcome. No, you're right. It looks like you've got things covered here, so I'm going to look elsewhere, okay? Hope she doesn't go into the scary dungeon. We'll see. Nope, Student Union building is next. But yeah, we're getting tips from the people being like, you know what, you're actually being kind of a dick right now. Oh, hi. What's wrong, Reen? You seem awfully flustered. Yeah, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were in some kind of trouble. It's, well... Reen explained. Your sister? Yeah, I don't suppose either of you have seen her, have you? Not that I'm aware of. I've been in here talking with Toa for a while now. I see. The stunning young beauty from Saint Estrella with luscious ebon locks. And she's Reen's sister too, so I'm sure she must have the grace of the finest, most delicate flower. So whoever finds her gets to be her one-two prince, right? Absolutely not. Angie, this is serious. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, we'll do what we can to help. I'll take the Orbital bike for a ride around the academy grounds and see if I can find her. Honestly, I'll do what I can as the student council president to see if we can find her too. I'll call you as soon as we hear anything, so keep searching. Right, okay. And she just, coming on to my sister like that? Because, of course. Oh, to Trista, I guess.
What am I going to do? I can't find her anywhere. Did she go back into town? It feels like she wouldn't have left the academy grounds, though.
Yo, Reen, what's up?
Is it Crow? Yeah, there he is.
Crow? I'm just looking for someone.
A classmate? Or did some second-year sweetheart confess to you and you botched things up?
Actually, it's my younger sister. She's not a student here, though.
Oh, you have a sister? Honestly, I always kind of got that only child vibe from you.
Well...
There's a scary dungeon. Well, it's the old schoolhouse. Where all the monsters and stuff are.
I guess that must be who that girl I saw earlier was then.
It's a weird dungeon because you can go down, but the floors keep changing and stuff. Hi Rugal, how are you doing?
Long black hair, Saint Estrella Academy uniform, tear-stained cheeks.
Yep, sounds like her.
That has to be her. Where did you last see her?
She was talking with one of those upper crust boys in white, out on that path behind the school.
Behind the school?
That stuck-up first year, what's his name? High Arms, I think?
Oh, him? Ugh. Ugh.
Don't you dare start acting like you're a
Patrick
Schwarzer.
Sunburn. Thank you for gifting us up to Arugel. Of course.
Just because Ymir's lord took you in out of pity doesn't change the fact that you're a nobody without a drop of noble blood.
With him?
Well, at least you're vibing while insulting each other. That's
He's
good.
the worst. Why does he never think about what would make him happy? I'm such an idiot. Why can't I just be more honest with him? And with myself? Huh? Where am I?
Oh, she just
Oh,
ran from.
Who might you be?
Okay. How did we miss her then, though? We walked around the entire school grounds. This
That's
is
the
not.
uniform of Heimdall's Saint Estrella Girls' School, if I'm not mistaken. What brings a lady like yourself all the way out here?
Malfoy, this can't be good.
I'm sorry,
He might have changed a little bit. Maybe.
No, I apologize. I wasn't accusing you of anything. Wait, right. I should introduce myself
Oh, he's
first.
very awkward, apparently.
My name is Patrick. Patrick Higharms. I'm sure you've heard the name before.
Hi, Arms. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Elise Schwarzer, daughter of Baron Schwarzer.
Ah, Elise. Such a lovely sounding name. Wait a second.
Schwarzer?
Schwarzer? As in Reen Schwarzer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Reen is my older brother.
Why does she have to be related to that cretin? But wait, he was adopted. That means they aren't related by blood.
You know she's standing right in front of you, Patrick. She can probably hear you talking to yourself out loud.
It seems you're not on the best of terms with my brother. I don't wish to cause you any unpleasantness, so I'll just excuse myself.
Oh. Oh, don't run to the old schoolhouse. No.
No, you aren't.
Oh, no.
Wait! That way!
Yep. I mean, that was kind of expected, wasn't it?
You said you saw her behind the old schoolhouse. Which way did she go?
Oh, right. Come on. I'll show you where I saw her.
Okay. Did she go inside? But she doesn't have a key, though.
Damn. Where could she have scurried off
Did we
to?
forget to lock up after ourselves?
The old schoolhouse is usually locked, so I don't think she could have gone in there.
Patrick!
You?
Where's Elise? You better not have tried to pick a fight with her and scared her off.
I did no such thing. I just happened to see her crying, so I approached her to see what was wrong. Then, when she took off running this way, I followed her, out of gentlemanly concern.
Right. I mean, true, but still a bit.
Looks like she definitely came through here, though. You think she could have gone into that old schoolhouse you guys poke around in every month?
Couldn't be. We locked it after we finished up in there earlier.
Yeah, see, they locked it. Oh, he's gonna check the door and it's open. Oh no.
Huh.
Oh no. A short while earlier. Oh?
Where am I? What is this place? The door wasn't locked.
Yeah, why wasn't it locked though? Cat. Oh my god, it's the cat. I knew it.
A cat?
You can't trust those cats.
Oh,
Shaking my head. I can't believe.
what is this? It looks like some kind of machine. And yet,
Is she gonna step on it and then the cat is like, press button?
where's that cat I saw earlier? I don't see anywhere it could have hidden itself. Oh, it looks like there's something written here.
But Emma's friends with the cat? Yeah, I don't think the cat has bad intentions. But I don't know what the intentions are. Why did it start moving on its own? I also don't know what the cat's abilities are. We know it can talk.
So it was an elevator.
How did... I mean, it might have activated it with like telekinesis or something. I don't know how it works.
I must have descended pretty far underground.
And there's the door. Right in front of her. This is all very... It's happening a bit too conveniently, you know?
What's this? A red door? It seems awfully huge. Maybe it leads to somewhere important?
Is it just gonna open up? Fourth lock released. Initialization complete. Potential Awakener waveform confirmed within 50 Arch. Awakener? Commencing the first trial. Elevator's just like, peace out. Oh no.
Elise! Where are you?
No sign of her.
Why do I have to?
Elise?
Scream?
It came from farther inside.
Even the lift is scared. Yeah. We can see that it's gone.
What is this place?
Wow. So this is what it looks like down here now?
Yeah, don't worry about it, Patrick.
Going down, huh? Alright then, patty cakes. Time to lock and load.
Patty cakes, okay.
Don't call me that!
I like that nickname, it's good. Lift ran away, smart. Yeah, it's not so smart for the people who need to, you know, use it to get away.
What the hell is that? A giant suit of armor?
Uh-oh. Flashes of memories. Oh, what's going on? Rean? You okay? Is he going Super Saiyan? His hair color changed, so kind of.
What the?
Okay. Okay, so HP is like double what it used to be. Okay.
Now. 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 There. Now.
Okay then.
There. Now.
Strength up, defense up. Some passion.
Now.
And then arc slash. Yes.
There. Now.
Motivate.
Now.
Get him, Rean.
Now. Now.
Defense up again. That's fine. We'll just do Tira.
Now. Now.
So this is like his hidden ability, apparently. I don't...
Now.
Why can't he fight like this all the time? He's like super strong. Memories of his class and stuff.
What's happening?
Is he trying to suppress his power?
But he hasn't won yet. Don't suppress the power when you haven't won yet.
No, I'm not going to be swallowed by it anymore. I don't have a chance of beating that thing, but I have to try anyway.
Well, you had a chance.
Take back myself. And take back what I lost that winter's day.
But Winter's Day, huh? My Crow Skull has gone out. Nice. Still don't know what happened that
You're not
Winter's
thinking
Day.
of
We
leaving
keep
me
seeing
out of the
flashes
action,
of
are
it,
you?
but not exactly what happened. Hi trolls, welcome home.
Take care of the girl, Catastrophe.
Catastrophe. God, I love Crow so much.
Don't call me that either!
Catastrophe.
Thanks. I owe you one.
No problem. Let's fire up those combat links.
Wait, does he have an Arcus unit as well? Oh, we haven't fought with Crow before, have we?
My turn.
All right, let's do this. Gotcha. Leave it to me.
20 CPU, that's fine.
Bang, bang, bang!
Cross Raven. Let's see.
Yeah, you're done.
Oh, they're like homing bullets?
Cross Raven! See ya!
Okay, pretty cool.
My turn. There.
All right. Eat lead.
Here we go.
Stop hitting Crow.
All right.
Can we even freeze this thing? We can, okay.
Freeze. Get it?
My turn.
Never mind, it didn't work. That's fine. Don't
Arcus,
really understand.
activate.
Ha. Whoa, thanks.
Here we go.
Ha. Leave it to me.
Go.
Okay.
There.
Anyone want to join me with walking the street next month looking for cans of
Leave it
bottles
to me.
on? Oh no, trolls. I really hope it's not that bad for you. Grim Butterfly.
Here.
What's that?
My
Nice.
turn. Now's our chance.
Gotcha.
Did no damage?
All right.
We did confuse it, but that doesn't matter because we're the only targets it has. So.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Gotcha. All right. Freeze. Get it?
Not yet.
Ha.
You will be in Sweden for 3 days next month. Ooh, nice. Why are you going to Sweden?
My turn. Arcus activate.
My
Our
turn.
work, of course. That makes sense.
Ha. My turn. Arcus activate.
Okay. Well,
All right.
that got cancelled.
Go.
Just kill him, Reen.
There.
Nice. Good afternoon, Yoda.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
going to die at least, so no worry there. You never want to meet me anyway, of course I do. Adamantine shield, nice. Okay, thing is dealt with.
Damn. I thought I'd finished my crash course in craziness half a year ago.
Thanks, Crow.
Oh, the meeting command was for Sunburn, right? Okay. Okay. I mean, maybe Sunburn wants to meet you anyway, you know? I think Sunburn is fine with meeting up with people at times.
So you can use Arcus too?
Yeah, I was part of the trial program for Class 7. That's how I met Toa, George, and Jellica.
I see.
Oh, that makes sense, actually.
Rean.
She's awake.
Police!
Are you alright? You're not hurt, are you?
I'm fine. I just lost my balance when that tremor hit earlier. But thank you for protecting me, just like you did back then. No, this time was different, wasn't it?
Yeah, I pulled through. Somehow.
I'm glad.
So he was protecting her back in that
Here
winter
comes the
back
cleanup
then
crew.
when he mentioned, right? That's where the flashes kept coming from. That he was covered in blood, she was covered in blood.
Rean, are you alright?
So he was protecting her probably from something, but losing like his like giving in to the power, right? Which caused him to lose control, kind of thing.
Is your sister... Oh, good! It looks like she's okay.
What happened here? A giant suit of armor?
It looks like something imbued with the magic of the Dark Ages.
I can't begin to imagine what must have transpired here.
Well, a tough fight did, at least.
You're all here.
Good grief.
I'm so relieved you were able to find your sister and that everyone's okay.
She's even more of a beauty than I'd imagined.
Oh my god, Angelica, please.
Oh, I'd love to get some hands-on time with that door in this suit of armor.
I swear, it's almost comforting how you guys never change. But hey, what took you, instructor?
Sorry about that. Still, it looks like you guys managed to handle things just fine without me. I take it this big lug came from inside that door?
Yes, I was just looking at it when suddenly...
Hold on. Let's just give our report starting from the top.
Starting from the top. Emma? The cat. It's all your fault, cat. We know it was you. Well, not quite. I don't know what the thing is you the cat wanted, but I don't know. The cat's name is like Celine or something?
You're listening to Radio Trista. It's July 18th and things are finally cooling down now at 9 p.m. So pour yourself a cold drink and let's roll right into tonight's Aubin time, shall we? It's just over a week until Heimdall kicks off its summer festival, a month after the rest of the country. I'm sure plenty of you out there might be thinking of the concert in the Heimdall Opera House or the summer races. But the festival is best known for its opening day events, traditionally attended by members of the Imperial family. This year, Crown Prince Cedric will be making an appearance at the ceremony in Heimdall Cathedral.
Oh, Crown Prince Cedric,
And
huh?
his sister, Princess Alphen, will be attending a posh garden party sponsored by Heimdall City Hall.
Okay.
I would have loved to see the Empire's two greatest treasures in person, but alas, I can't get away from work that day. But don't you worry, I'm still planning on winning my bets on the summer races. I'll let you know how I do.
You're planning on showering after work today? I'm guessing you didn't because you said planning then?
If you're not old enough to place a bet, don't worry. You'll be able to make questionable financial decisions soon enough.
Nice. I like making questionable financial decisions.
I'm sure by now many of you have heard about the ongoing construction of the giant building in Crossbell State. It's supposed to be even taller than the Rhineford building in Ruhr, making it the continent's first true skyscraper.
Oh, the warm water went away after 10 minutes? That sucks. I mean, you still had a shower, but I guess it was cut short, or... That's, like, I don't mind a little bit of cold water, but if it's literally that the warm water gets cut off, it's not good.
The latest reports say that construction is almost complete and that it'll be unveiled at next month's trade conference. A lot of you have been writing in about it, so I'll be sure to keep you posted with all the latest.
Okay. So a bit of info about the summer festival stuff, and that there's apparently a skyscraper being constructed. I didn't expect it to just go from what we were doing to bedtime though. Because there was a lot unsaid. With the door being open now and stuff like that. Sometimes your only option was to shower in icy cold water, although it takes a while to get your body used to it, to shower comfortably. Yeah, so generally if I want to do a little bit of a cold shower, I'd start off with somewhat warm but not like hot, and then go down. To get your body to slowly adjust to it. But especially, so in summer I actually really like cold showers. But if it's colder already, then generally I don't like it. But I still sometimes do it. Yeah, I understand that if the only option is icy cold water, then yeah, you're just gonna have to brave it. You're just gonna have to do it. It sucks, but like it's not, you won't die from it or anything, just you have to, you know, work your way through. Hope your heart is strong enough to survive, yes. Unless you have a weak heart and it gives up from shock. Well, yes, but generally I hope that's not the case. Yeah, otherwise, jeez. It's the time you've been waiting for, your next practical exam. Are you sure you don't want to sit this one out and just watch Rean? I'm sure. I've gotten enough rest in the past 3 days to make a full recovery. In fact, I'd say I feel even better than usual. Well, if you say so. In that case, you're up first. Now choose a partner. Okay. Who do we partner with? We can't choose Laura or Fee. You know what? Let's partner up with Elliot. Let's check. Ooh, physical immunity. Nice. That's a very good one to have. Set up the link, and everything else is set up. You don't have equipment though. This one. And this one. Okay. How was People's Monday? It was pretty good. I had a pretty chill day, did my shopping, managed to do some cleaning, and then just hung out with people a bit and played games or watched streams, that kind of stuff. Watched a lot of Bree stream, obviously. That was fun. I would have joined in more games, but I wasn't feeling up for Jackbox, and I don't know if he even played Mario Kart in the end because I went to bed. Your opponents today will be Laura and Fee. Oh, of course, that's why we couldn't choose them. Very well. Okay. You went to bed at the beginning of Perfect Heist 2. Right. Was Perfect Heist 2... Did he play that after Jackbox? Was that like the game after? Because the last thing I saw was Jackbox. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So did Mario Kart even happen then? No, okay. Because that was like the first thing he said was like, oh yeah, we can play Mario Kart and then maybe some Jackbox, and then yeah. I guess not. What a liar. You guess Perfect Heist 2 was the last thing? Yeah, probably. I mean, it was late already after Jackbox ended, I think. Because it was like, at least for me, it was like 11, 12 when Jackbox ended. And then going into Perfect Heist. And then he raided Shadow. Okay, that makes sense. A little on the blatant side today, don't you think? Well, this should make for an interesting battle, if nothing else. Lara and Fee have a clear advantage when it comes to strength and speed. But I don't think they can make bonds very well. Which might mean they don't work together very well. Casey, Wi-Fi no good? Oh no, Casey! You go lurk for now? Well, have a good lurk, Casey. I hope the Wi-Fi gets better. They're both formidable opponents, but I think we have a good chance of winning this one. As long as we make good use of our combat links, this fight ought to be ours for the taking. Yeah, we've got this. Big swords, tiny swords, doesn't matter. We can take them.
Don't you dare hold back!
Don't worry, I won't.
Win without using items, activate an S-Craft during battle.
My turn!
sounds easy enough.
All right, let's do this.
Yeah! My turn. Good night.
Too slow.
Yep, that was a
Go.
miss.
Go.
I'll pick you up.
Here.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
You okay?
Thanks.
Oh, nice.
Go.
Good job. I can't move. Okay. Well, we can do this though. But I might prefer doing this.
Right.
And just you using this.
Ooh, that's good. Ha.
I was
Nice.
careless.
Here we go.
My turn.
That's one down.
Analyzing enemy attack patterns.
The
Analysis complete.
swordsman of the Arcade School wields an imposing two-handed sword that seems to be out of sync with feet. Who could have guessed?
Flames, gather on my blade. Strike.
Chop.
Here we go.
Oh, shit.
Arcus,
I
activate.
thought he could move. That's the only reason
Thanks.
we're having a hard time is because we can't move. Oh, but she's coming to
My
us.
turn.
How nice. How nice of her to come to us.
Arcus, activate. Ha.
There you go.
Okay, it's safe for now.
Oh wait, I used items, didn't I? Oh my god, why was I like this? I shouldn't have used items. Shit. Oh well. I forgot about the one rule. Do my best to keep improving. As for you two, I don't even think I need to say anything, do I? No, instructor. Nodders. Okay, let's move on to the next pairing. The teams for our next 2-on-2 battle will be Gaius and Lisa versus Machias and Juices, maybe? I don't know. You did pretty well out there, Reen. But we're really going to have to do something about those two. It's not like they hate each other or anything, at least I don't think they do. So I feel like if they just get a good push in the right direction. Yeah, you're right. Looks like you're really back in fighting form though. Yeah, never felt better actually. I didn't want to drag this out and end up worrying Elise. Two days ago. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble for everyone. Thank you so much for going to the trouble of preparing a bed for me. Oh, don't worry about that. Our maid can do that much without even breaking a sweat. It's true. You can say that again. She was so well prepared you'd think Elise had called in a reservation. That's Sharon for you. Reen, are you sure you're alright? Yep, I'm still sore all over, but that's nothing unexpected. Compared to the kind of training Master Kafai used to put me through, I feel like I got off light. But still, well, he doesn't appear to have any sprains or pulled muscles. He'll be better in a couple of days. I see. But I can't help but feel that if I hadn't been so careless, if I hadn't gone into that building in the first place... Well, in a way, it was Reen's fault too. Oh, he got what he deserved for being so insensitive. I would have hoped that as an elder brother, you'd conduct yourself in a more seemly manner. Well, you're not wrong, but do you think you could maybe not get all gang up on me at once? I can't really blame them this time. Let's be a lesson to you, Reen. Your family is your family, no matter what. Okay, I get it already. It seems everything turned out well in the end. Still, we're no closer to unlocking the secrets of that giant armor, or the red door it was hiding behind. Yeah. All we know is that the red door showed up after he cleared the 4th floor of the old schoolhouse. And then when Elise went down there, it opened up and that hulking armor came out. You said you heard a voice coming from the door, right? Hi, Woodward. Mwah. She might also die from leprosy in a few days. Oh no. Not leprosy. Yes, I think so. I'm afraid I don't remember much of what it said though. I remembered something about the 4th lock and the 1st trial. And an awakener too, whatever that is. You should be commended for recalling even that much after what you've been through. At this point, it really does seem as though there's something significant hidden deeper in those ruins. It's getting harder and harder to presume anything else, isn't it? I think from now on, it might be better to leave the old schoolhouse alone. What? What do you mean? The reason I sent you guys there in the first place was because I thought it might be a good training ground. But after what happened with Elise and with the elevator repairing, I feel conflicted about letting you go back. The principal is thinking about rescinding his request for you guys to investigate the place too. But... I object. It's ideal for us to keep ourselves trained for battle, right? And it seems like fighting down in there encourages us to cooperate better too. Much as it may lack weight coming from me, I'm inclined to agree. The effectiveness of combat links truly comes to the fore there. Yeah, the wind seems to suggest that to me as well. There's no denying it's dangerous, but I feel like I'd regret it if we just stopped there. Yeah, I have so many questions about that place, and I want some answers. I agree. Guys, I feel the same. Do you think you could talk to the principal and get him to change his mind? Looks like I don't have much of a choice, do I? Alright, I can't promise anything, but I'll do what I can to persuade the principal. But if anything else weird happens in there, I want you to report it to me immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Instructor. Bean, I'm afraid I still can't accept your position. Oh? That you don't wish to succeed Father as head of the family, or that you've enrolled here because of that. Honestly, it seems to me that you aren't even certain of yourself what you want to do for your life. And because of that, it's like you've lost your way. Well, am I right? I can't deny it, but this time I was able to come back to my senses. I think enrolling here at Thor's was the best thing I've done for myself in a long time. It's given me the chance to start moving forward, little by little, and I owe that to my friends here. Really? I've got a lot to think about, but I want to find an answer that works not just for me, but for you, Mom, and Dad too. I know it's frustrating, but I hope you'll stick with me while I'm figuring things out. And I'm sorry for being such a crappy brother to you. Reen. Passenger service bound for Heimdallr. Now arriving on platform 2. We ask that all passengers wishing to board the train, please wait on the platform until the train has come to a complete stop. Oh. Pat. Bean. Heimdall is not too far away. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon enough. We can talk about this more then, okay? Alright, that's a promise. My stomach is doing the rumblies. God damn you. Silly stomach. You're really devoted to your sister, aren't you? Though I get the feeling it's way more than just devotion on her part. But you think so? It's not like I spoil her or anything, and honestly she can be pretty harsh towards me sometimes. I mean, I wouldn't say we get along badly or anything, but wow, he really is totally oblivious. She's 15, right? I've heard that nobles make their debut into high society when they turn 16. That's right, she'll be making her debut next year. I just hope she finds a guy who deserves her one day. Because I'm not just letting any old guy marry her, noble or not. Right. You really can be dense sometimes. I almost feel sorry for her sister. Indeed. Nonchalantly stroking her head like he did was kind of cruel. Are they talking about me? Oh my god. What about a girl? If a girl wants to marry a sister, I mean maybe. Alright, that brings this month's practical exam to an end. Next, it's time to announce this weekend's field study locations. Here it comes, the moment of truth. What are they planning to shop us off to this month? Where are they planning to ship us off to? Okay. Interesting. We're all going to Heimdall. But we are still separate groups. Reen, Laura, Fee, Machias, Elliot, and then Alisa, Emma, Juices, Gaius. Okay. Oh, it looks like both groups are going to the same place. I assume we will be dividing the work between our groups? Well, the capital is incredibly fast, so it seems like a logical solution. Group divisions aside, I'm certainly surprised at the choice of the capital as our destination. Yeah, you and I will have the home and field advantage, considering we're both from there. I guess this means I'll get to be in town for the summer festival after all. Going to lay down and try getting a short nap? Okay, trolls, have a good nap. Enjoy. Instructor Sarah. Oh, whatever is the matter, my beloved pupil? Please don't call me that. I have no objections to our destination or the arrangements of the groups. But I can't quite shake the feeling I'm being used. Again. It's true. It does appear you're the only one who changed groups from last month. That innocent whistling isn't fooling anyone. Sarah. Best instructor.
Your rank's gone up. Here's a little something from the Academy.
Medal of Vigor. Okay.
Thank you for everything.
Field study day. I thought we'd at least get a little bit into the field study. before I had to end stream, but I think we may just arrive at the destination and then it's like time to go.
Alright, this is our chance to discuss what to do before they get here. But to be honest, I don't really have any good ideas. How about you guys?
I can't say that I do. Unlike me and Eustace, at least Laura and Fee understand each other to some degree. Our group's performance in last month's field study wasn't amazing, but there were no actual conflicts or anything.
Yeah, that's all the more reason why I feel like we should step in and do something for them. But from what Elisa and Emma have told me, it seems like they have trouble connecting with each other.
Yeah, that's the impression I get too. It's not like they hate each other, they're just having trouble coming to terms with their differences.
On the one hand, we have the daughter of a noble military family, a knight in shining armor as it were, while on the other, we have a girl who spent her childhood on the battlefield running with Jaegers. Their upbringings couldn't be more different when you think about it. Maybe their values too.
You're right. I wonder if that's...
I apologize for the delay.
Oh.
Hey! Good morning, Laura.
Oh, hey, Laura. We definitely weren't talking about you just now.
You're certainly the early bird today.
You needn't worry about us. We have no intention of causing trouble, and we're prepared to do what we can to form a combat link as soon as possible. It's not our intention to be confrontational towards one another. Is that not the case, Fee?
Yep. Don't worry. We won't bring the group down during the field study.
Well, if you say so.
That's not really what we're worried about.
Anyway, we should finish up our preparations and head over to the station. I'll bet Group B is waiting there for us already.
Agreed.
Okay. So I guess now it's time to equip everything. Medal of Vigor, Strength plus 10, Art plus 10, prevents that down. Pretty good. I might put that on you. And then you get... Let's see, where is it? You have so many things. Might be on... Oh yeah, you have it. Okay. So you can have something else instead, like... This Picard plush, and... I don't know, soft stole, sure. You can have that one. And then you get the Swordtail badge and the Evergreen. Okay, you're already equipped. You get Gladiator headband and strength. Let's give you the cozy socks. And that's it. Okay, so that's our group. We have so many. Let's give you FA2. Oh god. There's so many. Dark matter. Hit 2. try this one first. So Reaper. Yeah, Reaper, and then Mind 1. Actually, what is your... Oh no, okay. You're not very good with hearts. You know? I don't know. Action 2. And detection. Okay, you can get harvest and earth spell. And then also get like earth pulse and the crest. Actually, what do you get from this? You get crest. So La Crest you don't have. Earth Lance. Oh no, wait, this gives La Crest, never mind. And Earth Pulse as well. Okay, okay, wait. Luck. Ingenuity and one more. What do I give you? Mind? Mind. Okay, you have one attack 1 and 2, Dragon Vision, Seal, Shield 2, HP 2, and then Yakko. Okay. Okay. Jeez. Equipping people is already such a mess. Enter Trista Station. Actually, should we... Cat. Well, you seem kind of meeker than usual today. Did Emma catch you clawing the furniture and chew you out or something? I guess it's none of my business. What are you doing, Reed? We really should be leaving soon. Right, let's go. Can I not give her milk? Give cat milk. Oh. Damn it. Oh. Well, I guess it's fine. Oh, that's not great, Mortar. You're wise, but a bit smart and wise, but overall uncharismatic. Not very strong. And your Quan is you're a wise little shit. I think so, yeah. You're just like just obnoxious, I think. So even though people know you're right, they just don't want to believe you because it's like, ugh, come on, just... It's like that sort of character, right? Just awful to be around, but overall you are just smart and know what you're talking about kind of thing. Oh, you're all here. Ready to take off? Ready as we'll ever be. Let's get our tickets at the counter. The The capital's only half an hour west, so at least the fare should be cheap. I still don't understand why they keep being like, oh, you need to buy your tickets. Doesn't the school just pay for the tickets? Like, it's our field trip. Why would we pay for our field trip? If the school wants it to be part of our curriculum, they need to pay for it. You can't just tell us, oh, you need to go here this month. Oh, by the way, buy the train tickets yourself. It's like, okay, but why? There's a train to Heimdall every half hour, after all. We won't have to wait long. So we're really headed to the capital. I've been there a few times before, but it's still pretty unfamiliar territory. I've been twice before in family business. Same here. I know where Elise's academy is, but that's about it. Not to worry, I'll explain more about the city on the way over. It's a pretty big city, though. I'm not even sure where to start. Especially fun if train tickets are expensive and the voyage is slow. Well, at least as they said, it's only half an hour. That's pretty quick. I don't know how expensive the train tickets are, though. It's never mentioned. They kind of just waive it. But then every time the characters do mention paying for it, which confuses me. Like, why not just say that the school pays for it? Alright, not too much longer till we arrive, so let me give you a quick overview. Heimdall is, among many other things, the capital of this country, which means it's the home of the reigning emperor, His Majesty Eugent Rise Arnor III. Even children know that. We need useful local knowledge, not a recitation of a travel brochure. Bah. Well, Heimdall is divided into 16 main districts. Each district's about as large as a whole town in any of the Empire's provinces. All in all, the city's population hovers around 800,000 people. Wow, I can hardly imagine that many people all in one place. It's one of the continent's largest city, isn't it? Cities. Multiple. Plural. Indeed it is. Crossbell is known for being a thriving center of trade, but its population is only around 500,000. Meanwhile, to the south, Laurel's capital has around 300,000 people. The Republic's capital is pretty big too, but I don't think it's quite as big as Heimdall. Oh, really? Hi. Oh, I was just wondering what kind of tasks we may be asked to do in such an expansive city. I can hardly hazard a guess. Oh. Well, we don't know who our point of contact is, or even where we're going to be staying. Who knows, maybe we'll end up staying in Elliot's or Machias's home. I doubt it, my house isn't big enough to put us all up. But Machias's dad is the governor, so maybe we'll be staying at his place. I think that's even less likely. Dad spends most of his time in his official residence, so I doubt anyone's going to be at our family's place. Flashback to the Highlands question about Heimdall's size. I know, right? I know. Did I get it right? I didn't, right? I wasn't sure at the time. Instructor Sarah said there'd be a guide of some sort waiting for us at the station, though she didn't mention who. That's the instructor for you. Honestly, she never really tells us anything, does she? Nope, that's what instructors do, right? They don't tell you anything and just send you off to a field study without any info whatsoever. That's instructing. Such instructions. Can't believe our field study dates coincide with the summer festival in Heimdallr. I wonder if this is another one of Instructor Sarah's little schemes. I really wouldn't be surprised. Can't wait to see what horrors await us this month. That summer festival certainly seems to have caught your attention though. Is it really that great? Oh yeah, biggest in the country. There are all kinds of exciting events, including loads of musical related things. Really now, that does sound fun. Hopefully you'll get a chance to drop by your home at some point too. Who knows, the capital's pretty massive after all. It's going to be a roll of the dice whether or not we're close enough. I'd really like to see all my friends again though, if I can. It feels like workplace with bad management. These are our goals, make it happen, yeah. Well, strangely enough, she manages it well. Like, she makes sure that when we get there, there's someone to show us around, to give us our tasks and all that stuff. It's all well managed, but she never tells us anything. You seem kind of down. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I mean, we're going on a field study, not a vacation, right? We can't let ourselves get caught up in the festival atmosphere or we'll wind up with failing marks. I don't know if I've got the willpower to pull that off though. Well, all we can do is try. True. Okay, Laura? St. Astraea's girls' school is in the capital, correct? If I'm not mistaken, that's the school your sister attends. Do you think you'll be visiting her? I might, if I get the chance. The last time we saw one another was only a few days ago. I'd feel kind of awkward going to see her again so soon. I suppose it will stand to reason that even siblings would worry about such social faux pas. Oh yeah, you don't have any brothers or sisters, do you? I do not. I'm an only child. Although I have been asked by some of the girls I know to regard them I have been asked by some of the girls I know to regard them as my younger sisters. Come to think of it, they're enrolled in St. Astraea as well. Girls' academies sure sound like interesting places. I hope Elise doesn't get corrupted by her environment. Oh, you really are a devoted brother. Or rather, you come across as one who's devoted to most anyone, aside from himself. You think so? I do. Perhaps much of this could have been avoided if I were more like you. She's got a lot on her mind. If only there were something I could do to help them. So this month's field study is in the capital. We certainly won't be staying at my home, but I wouldn't be at all be surprised if some of our tasks sent us there. Yeah, I guess your dad is a pretty busy man, huh? He'd have to be, governing a city the size of Heimdallr. Busy doesn't even begin to describe it. He barely has the time to come home most days. And with all the preparations for the festival, I'd be surprised if we even saw him, much less had an opportunity to talk to him. That would be a shame. It is what it is. I'll just be happy if we're able to fulfill some requests on his behalf, so we can lighten his load a bit. Sure, we'll all be more than happy to help. You and Elliot are going to be the stars this time around after all, so you get to call the shots if you want. Well, it's our hometown. We'll take charge of things while we're there. At least in terms of city navigation, we'll be able to show you the way to any facilities you need. Okay, talk to Fee. Not going to have long to enjoy the journey this time. Yeah, we're not straying too far from Trista. Do you enjoy traveling then? Somewhat. We used to travel a lot in the Corps. I see. Did you spend a lot of time admiring the view through train windows then? Sometimes. We traveled on airships and boats too. But sometimes we were stowed away in cargo holds so we couldn't see anything. It's not like she's deliberately trying to annoy Laura or anything. And I don't think Laura actually wants to be irritated by her either. There's got to be some kind of common ground. Something to help them get through this. What's the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Right. Okay, play cards. Distraction tactics.
Go easy on me, okay?
Card games.
Okay then, let's draw! The same score means we draw again, right?
It does.
The same score means we draw again, right?
Yeah, you don't have to...
The same score means we draw again, right?
Yes, Elliot.
The same score means
Yeah.
we draw again, right?
Elliot.
Looks
Yes.
like you're up first.
God damn it.
I didn't see that coming.
Okay. Same score means we draw again, right?
Mirror!
Mirror.
Mirror!
Mirror.
I didn't see that coming.
Well, shit.
I win!
I guess you win. Congrats, Elliot. Laura?
Then let us begin our duel.
Let's see if we can win this one.
Please draw a card. Then I'll make the first move.
Okay.
We're evenly matched. Let's redraw. The first move is yours.
Okay.
Divine Bolt! Divine Bolt! Divine Bolt!
Oh my god, she had another one.
Divine Bolt!
Oh. Can you stop?
Mirror! An excellent duel.
Oh my god. Divine Bolt. Divine Bolt.
I'm not going to hold back. Well then, go ahead and draw. It looks like you're up first.
Okay. Let's.
We're
draw.
even. We'll have to redraw. I'll go first then. Bolt!
Okay.
Bolt!
Why? But why though?
Mirror!
Okay.
Mirror! Now you've done it.
Have some bolts.
Now you've done it.
I'll do another bolt.
Now you've done it.
Ow.
Looks like I win this time.
Damn you. I'm not having a good time with the cards. The heart of the cards is not with me.
We draw here, right? You're first, I guess. Guess we'd better draw again.
Okay, well that
I'm first.
seemed like a
Take
waste
this.
for you.
Take this.
Okay.
Mirror.
That's fine.
Mirror.
That's fine. You gonna mirror again? No? Bolt.
Ouch. Guess we'd better draw again.
I
You're
don't
first,
think
I
there's
guess.
a way I lose this here.
Guess I lost.
Even with the 4 difference. Nice. We'll save. And let's stop talking. Let's get to the capital. And then I should wrap it up soon. The semi-express line is bound for Heimdall. Our next stop is Heimdall, the terminus of this express line. Please ensure you have all your belongings with you when disembarking the train. Looks like we're almost there. Indeed, it doesn't feel as though our train ride was all that long. Well, Heimdall is just a stone's throw west of Trista. We could have just gone back to Trista at night. Well, yes, that's true, but plenty of people commute to work in the capital every day after all. I'm sure they do. There it is, in the distance. We didn't really get to see much of it, but there we are, the station.
Exactly on time.
Huh?
Oh.
Wait, what?
Hear that?
It's her. I forgot her
You're
name.
from the Railway Military Police, if memory serves me correctly.
You're Captain Claire, was
Claire, yes. There you go.
That's right. I'm glad you remember me. I believe it's been about 3 months since we last met.
So, this must be the woman the group who went to Keldic encountered.
So this is an officer from the fearsome RMP?
Since you're here, does that mean you're going to be the one assigning our tasks for this month's field study?
No, I'm just here to provide a place for you to talk with the person who is. He should be here any moment now. Ah, here he comes.
Perfect timing.
No way.
It is his dad. Oh my god.
Dad?
Huh.
I've seen him in the Imperial Chronicle before.
Governor Regnitz, one of the Reformists' most influential voices.
So this is Machias' father.
This is the first time I've met most of you, so let me introduce myself. I'm Carl Regnitz, Machias' father. I'm the governor of Heimdall and head of the local government. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
Nice. Are we having a meeting in private? My apologies for the location. I would have preferred to brief you in City Hall. But I'm regrettably short on time, so I had to ask the captain here to lend us this room. Anyway, let's move on to confirming your assignments and lodgings. Hold on a minute. How did you, of all people, end up being the one to sort out our lodgings and tasks? It seems a little too convenient. Yeah, now that you mention it. If you wouldn't mind us asking, sir, how did you wind up as our point of contact? My apologies, I probably should have explained a little more first. It's actually a very simple reason. I'm here because I sit on Thor's Military Academy's board of directors. Of course he is. Oh my god. So that makes 3 of Juice's brother, Elisa's mother, and then Machias' father. So far, 3 of the people on the board of directors of this military academy or related to people in Class 7. I feel like that's a bit... that seems a little sus to me, you know? A bit like pushing your own family members to be in Class 7 or something. I don't know. It's a bit sus. Bit sus. You what? How? First Juice's brother, then Elisa's mother, and now Machias's father? Yeah, Emma, exactly, that's what I said. It stretches the bounds of imagination to believe the Academy's choice of directors is mere coincidence. I can assure you, the three of us didn't arrange it for it to be that way. If anything, I was unsure what to do when the Academy first offered the position to me. The Academy did? You like how everything follows my line of thinking? Well, generally, in these types of games, they give like a thing, and then the characters react to it and are like, oh, but this is that. But then I get given the thing and I'm like, oh, that's because that is that. And then the characters start to explain exactly what I just explained. Because I know this game too well, the way they lay it out. Plus they lay it out pretty good, so, you know, that's a good thing, I think. The story makes sense, at least so far. There's gaps here and there, but it does make sense, and I'm sure the gaps will be filled in over time, as they have been. Would it be right in assuming there's some kind of secret reason behind the formation of Class 7? I'm afraid that's not my place to say, but whatever the case may be, I'm the third and final member of the Board of Directors. And that's why I'm the one who has prepared your field study tasks and arranged lodging for all of you. Unbelievable. It's all starting to make sense now. Thanks for clearing that up, sir. Anyway, back to what you were saying before. Yes, as I said, I'm short on time, so I'm afraid I'll have to keep this brief. Your field study will take place over 3 days, of which this is the first. As such, the third day will coincide with the start of the summer festival. Each group will be assigned half of the city and tend to a list of needs I've drawn up for you. So one group will take the eastern half of the city and the other group the west. The city is big enough that it looks like we'll be working apart even though we're in the same place. Indeed, I'm sure you've seen for yourself how fast Heimdall is. If both groups were to rove around the entire city, you'd have trouble getting anything done. As such, I've broken it down so that all of Group A's tasks cover the area east of Van Queer Street, while Group B's tasks are focused on the area west of Van Queer Street. Van Queer Street? Sure. Must be an important street. I believe Van Queer Street is the main thoroughfare that runs through the city, leading to the Imperial Palace. That's the one. As soon as we leave the station, you'll see it stretching out to the north. It's hardly a precise division, but for the purpose of this field study, I'm sure it'll be more than sufficient. Now I'd like each group to take one of these envelopes. Address and keys as well, okay. This envelope looks just like the ones we usually get with our field study itinerary. But what about this address and key? Group A, Alto Street 43221. Group B, Vesta Street 527126. Room keys? Or something? Oh, Alto Street? That's around where my family lives. Really? Yep. Can't say the address brings any particular place to mind though. I seem to remember Vesta Street being a main street on the west side of the city. Yes, it's a fairly lively working class neighborhood. That are these... That's right, the addresses of these places the addresses of the places you'll be staying while you're here, along with their keys. Both groups will be staying in different places, so I suggest tracking down the lodgings before you start your work. Think of it as a small orienteering exercise to help you get a better feel for the city. Ah, my apologies. I'm afraid I'll have to take my leave now. Dad? Preparations for the summer festival have me running from place to place, as you can imagine. I wish I could stay and chat a bit longer, but that's life in politics for you. Oh, and one more thing. The communications functionality of your Arcus has been enabled in the city. Good luck out there. Wait, hold on just a... Bye. Ignored. Okay. I'm not sure what to make of it all. Since he's the governor, I was expecting him to seem a lot more strict, but he actually seems more playful. I feel ashamed you had to see that. He's always been like that, I'm afraid. At least he manages to fulfill his responsibilities as governor, somehow. Actually, I've heard he's extremely good at his job. Coming from the background he does, he's friendly and down to earth, but people say he's a born leader too. The Imperial Chronicle always paints him in a favorable light as well. I hear he butts heads with the noble faction far less than his fellow reformist, Chancellor Osborne. In politics, a friendly demeanor can just be as easily an act to sway popular sentiment. After all, there aren't many who can waltz in and borrow meeting space from the RMP. Well, the capital is the nexus and the heart of the nation's entire railway network. As such, the railway military police finds itself indebted daily to Governor Regnus's good graces. This was just an opportunity for us to return the favor at least a little. Come on now. Well, thank you for allowing us to use this room for our meeting. We need to get our field study underway, so if you'll excuse us. Of course, I wish you well in your studies. If you'll follow me, I'll escort you to the station's exit. Nice. Incredible. It's so vast. Nice. They actually get a pretty good, like a lot of the time in games it can be difficult to make a city feel big. I feel like they did a good job. With like the street extending that far and it kind of being foggy near the end and that kind of thing. It's nice. The size of this city never ceases to amaze me. Way too many people. It only starts to sink in that I'm in the capital after I see an orbital tram zipping along. Is that what those little train vehicles are? I've never had the opportunity to ride one, but I believe they're used to ferry people around the city more easily. Yeah, they're the main form of public transportation here, mailing all 16 of the capital's main districts. They're something of an icon here in Heimdall. The fare is pretty cheap too, which makes them convenient for getting around. Lots of people use them so often that they just buy a yearly pass. Amazing. All that and so many orbital cars on the road too. Ah, is that building off in the distance? That would be Valflame Palace, residence of His Majesty the Emperor. Though, from what I understand, Chancellor Osborne's imperial government is also situated within. Yes, that's the case. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave here. I wish you the best of luck on your 3 days of field study. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to see us off. Claire is really nice. She really doesn't seem like an army officer, does she? Indeed. Though the Realmade military police are known as one of the Imperial Army's most elite divisions. Not to mention one of the branches most despised by the aristocracy. If a province has a railway, you can virtually guarantee they'll use it as an excuse to meddle in its security affairs. I've rarely seen them in the Crown, though judging by their actions during our encounter in the nature park, they did seem exceptionally well trained. Yeah, even with the same number of soldiers, they had no trouble rolling right over the provincial army. And on top of that, the captain is so elegant and pretty. She even looks good in a uniform. Some people have all the luck. It's like she's everything Sarah isn't. You could say that again. Though it seems like these two have more than a little history between them. Alright, I suppose we ought to get moving then. Yeah, we need to hop on a tram to where our lodgings are, then find the addresses we've been given. So, I do think they'll probably separate the city by the tram, so they don't have the entire city obviously in the game. But they'll have the tram be like the thing that brings you to different parts of it, and you can't just easily walk from one place to another. Nice. I like the visuals though. The city looks nice. I haven't been to the capital in a long time, but I'm always surprised at just how big this street is. Really? This view is nothing special to those who've lived here all their lives. But I suppose seeing all the horrible cars and trams zipping along must be a real sight to people from the provinces. Indeed, even though in my home province people are depending less and less on horse-drawn carriages, I've never seen so many horrible cars in one place before. Well, even here, carriages were the standard up until around 20 years ago, but these days they seem kind of quaint. You never really see them anymore. The Republic's capital has a lot of cars too, just like this. After that, Crossbelt probably has the most. No, really. You've done a lot of traveling for someone your age. Though I guess you were in a... Yep, Jaegerworks takes you places. Anyway, what's Alto Street like? That's where we're staying while we're here, right? Isn't that where your house is, Elliot? Yeah, it's a pretty calm street, I guess. Oh, we should be taking a right here. Whee! Oh, they actually made more of the city than I thought they did. Well, at least it looks like they made more of the city, but I don't know. It seems pretty vast overall. I wonder how much you can actually wander in it. I don't really find myself near Alto Street all that often. It looks like you live in a nice part of the city, though. You think? Anyway, we should start looking for where our lodgings are. Oh yeah, Elliot, you live around here, right? Why don't we drop by your house first? But... well, that does seem like the natural thing to do. I kinda wanna see it. And it's really near here, but still, I doubt my dad will be in. Not sure if my sis will be either. Yeah, I think you mentioned having an older sister before. All the more reason to pay a visit then, right? Okay, if you insist. Thanks. Okay. My house is the 2-story place with all the flowers over there. Don't know if anyone's home right now, but we can at least have a look. I mean, we can have a look next time. I am very hungry. So I will exit the game and just send you over to someone else. Like, I don't know, who is even streaming at this point? Tabby, Quiche, I mean Kirsty and Brian, you're playing Played Up. But they already have like 200 something people watching, so I was thinking of rating someone with less of an audience. I could send you to Tabby. Tabby's playing some Stardew. So should be pretty chill. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'll be back on, well, tomorrow with the wheel. See if, or rather what that will bring for us. And then on Thursday with more of this, so Trails of Cold Steel. Hopefully we'll be able to finish this chapter then. Jeez, because I was thinking the game would be like 50 hours or something, but they're already on 40. And there's still like 2 chapters to go or something after this one. So there's a lot. There's a lot. We'll see how long it takes. But yeah, I hope I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, some other time, you know, have a good one. Go say hi to Tabby for me. Send some love over there. As always, you know, spread some emotes, the heart emotes thingies, mine or someone else's, I don't know. Just whatever you feel like. Maybe some raid emotes. Oh, combat. I'm sorry. Go say hi to Tabby. No, don't leave. Stay for the raid, you know. But goodbye, everyone. I hope you had a good one. Bye bye bye. Bye bye bye.